I started early, guys. Can you believe it? Zeke, I moved one of my walls. Oh my god, it looks so ridiculous in here. I know I gotta get a nice background, but I just moved one of the corners of my wall. This one I folded in, so this is the back of it. I have no room for all of it, so it looks so not symmetrical. It's bothering me, but I wanted to be able to see Zeekster. That's him right there. Got like I'm a blanket person. My grandma makes those blankets, so like I got blankets all over my bed. He loves them though, and I do too. Usually they're just all like bunched, just like big mountains, but I folded them a little bit to make them look better. But he loves just like and then piling in them. But my grandma made all those. Aren't they cool? Anyway, so yeah, you could see him, but he looks like a big blob. But at least we can have an eye on him. Because, like, I had this light on that used to, go right to my green screen, but I don't want to, he's trying to sleep, and I don't want that. Oh, did you see the little eyes? His little eye opener. I don't want that bright in his eyes. So if we ever want to spy on him, but we can still see him. Anyway, he's so freaking cute. I love him. Anyway, I figured it would feel like he's here, Because really, on the other side, it was just my bed on the other side of the walls. But see, I have this still that I folded, so this is the back side of it. And then I don't even know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Anyway, how are you guys? I'm happy I could see him though. you know. People are gonna think he's just like a blanket or a pillow or something. Oh my god, I love him. Okay, guys, so not there's I tell you, there's not a lot of new stuff going around, a lot of theories and a lot of things, which is surprising me because there's a lot of things that it's like things that have been known, and I'm confused why people are like they're talking about certain things and they're pointing out certain things that it's like certain things that have been known the whole time and stuff. So I'm a little bit confused about some of the discussions, but maybe it's because some people are newer to it. I don't know, but um there's not a ton of stuff. I want to do open panel, of course, but I wanted to play. I thought it'd be interesting to actually. I did copy some screenshots that I did want to go over a couple articles, but I thought it'd be interesting. I clipped out um, like parts of the two latest press conferences. I did like subtitles on like some of the interesting parts, like where they ask about Murda, or I don't. They actually don't say Murda. They say her. I think they're talking about her, but they don't say the name. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Um, but first of all, let me show you this real quick. Look, did you guys see this? I just saw this when I was looking through the Facebook groups. So this is Christopher, and it says this post. It says, "My brother-in-law taught Chris." This is what he wrote. "As a teacher, I strive to install a sense of morality in my students, and I inspire them to be positive members in their communities. Today I learned and I failed. Today was an unexpected and a uniquely hard day for me as an educator, as while at work I learned that one of my former students was arrested for a high-profile murder case in San Antonio that involved killings of a couple who were days away from delivering their first child. I also learned his father, whom I had parent conferences with, was also arrested for hiding the bodies. He and his father live within blocks of the campus where I teach and were arrested there yesterday. I distinctly remember Christopher as a sweet boy in my class, and his family was happy to be part of our school's neighborhood. They enrolled Christopher in our campus, and I was his first teacher at the campus. I remember his father and mother were proud as they just bought their first home a few blocks away from the elementary school. Later that year, his dad started his HVAC company and gave me his business card and said he was excited to start his new business. Now years later, how it came to this. They hid the bodies in a car parked at an apartment complex where many of the students live less than a mile from my campus in their house. Their apartment complex is shady AF, and the bodies were in the car. He said this apartment complex was shady, and the bodies were in the car there for 3 or 4 days before anyone found them. I've taught students who have passed away, and that was a tragic thing. However, knowing of my students who was a well-behaved, sweet kid when in my third grade class would be arrested for capital murder of multiple people as a jolt to the system. My emotional state has been shifting from mad to sad since learning the news. I can't even imagine. Um, and we are going to do open panel, guys. You know, I like to just start off by sharing a few things, but definitely I'm looking forward to the open panel because the open panels have been going so good. I've really been enjoying them. But let me actually also share real quick. Just yeah, this interest. I mean, he looks like a sweet little kid. He has like a more feminine like little features, but that's what I was saying. It's so crazy. You're looking at you know, like old pictures, and it's like him like working with his dad, and it's like, can you imagine what they were thinking back then? Never were they could have imagined what they would be into right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just so weird. I'm sure it's weird for them, you know? I mean, of course, the family, I mean, the victims, that's, can't even imagine that, having two murder kids, but I'm just saying, even their family is probably like not even real. So just some screenshots. There's not, like I said, there's not anything new, but I'll just like screenshot things that are, you know, interesting or things we've talked about that I wanted to, you know, I thought I'd share with you. I had shared this picture with you before, but that's Ethan and Savanah when they're younger. So that Angel Preciado, I guess, is not the same guy because he's saying I'm not that guy, LOL. And I guess he responded to a couple people, so that's not him in the picture, I guess. I was wrong. We were wrong. And yes, I agree here. Okay, so it says, can we please throw away the theory that they were killed inside or in the garage of CP home? If that was the case, law enforcement would have tapped up the home and no one would be allowed inside because it would be an active crime scene. Also, can we stop saying that we're shot behind the right ear? Because nowhere has law enforcement or ME said that. Not even the arrest affidavit states it. All that has been confirmed factual was that they both have gunshot wounds to the head, and that Matthew was a contact gunshot wound. The news reported it was behind the right ear, but the information came from the family, which we all can agree have given information that is not factual. And that is 100% true. We are learning that, and we are learning that from case after case. It is not the family's fault. It's our fault because we're taking, well, everybody needs to pitch in on this because, so we usually think that the family knows more information and they're getting information from law enforcement and that what they're saying is more factual than it really is. And we do need to be aware that it's not usually. Like, I feel like we are learning slowly, but maybe next case we'll learn, me included, that just because the family is saying it does not mean it's fact. This case and other cases, I mean, we see it's not, they don't know. They aren't given information. Law enforcement doesn't give them information as much as we think. So they're guessing and they're giving their opinion too. Man, hold on. So yeah, they have given a lot of false information and they're not lying. It's just that they're saying it. We're thinking it's facts. It's not facts, and so we're running with it as facts, and it's not. So I went back through the press conference and they are right. The cops never say behind the right ear. All they say is a contact wound for Matthew. Matthew was able to be identified and Savanah had waited to be identified because they couldn't identify it right away. What does that tell you? That Matthew, because it was a contact wound, maybe it was a cleaner shot, they were able to tell it was him. But like they said in the affidavit, her face, how did they say it? Her head was, I have to see how they worded it. Hold on. They worded it like, it was almost like that they wouldn't be able to identify her as well, maybe, and it wasn't as clear. So I think I changed my little theory around what I think happened, because I think he was killed first, and it was right away in the car. Gun to the head, shoot. No, not even time to respond or move. That's why it was such maybe a close contact wound, maybe. Or maybe he killed, I guess he could have. No, Zeke's barking because my mom was setting the alarm and he hears that. He thinks it's a door opening. Um, it could be either way. I'm thinking both ways. Like either he gets right in the car, shoots him in the head, clean shot, and then she's, there's a struggle, moves, and that's why hers isn't a clear contact wound. It's like more messy shot. Or he shoots her first, just like messy, like not right to the head, and then Matt freezes, like, and then he puts the gun to his head, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's too late because Matt's like, what the, you know what I'm saying? It could be either way, but with that being said, remember we were talking with Al, and I even said it on my short. I think he got into the right side. Now I think he got into the left side because I mean he was able to get the content, like, you know what I'm saying. With Matt, I think he could have been right behind Matt, and then with her, he was like farther away. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm trying to find this right here where it says, hold on, right here. So it says, oh wait, hold on. Where the weapon Christopher is able to manipulate the outright, whatever. I think it's in the next one. And also, wait, hold on, I'm trying to find where it says that. Dang it. I wasn't ready to. Oh, right here. This right here where it says, the male had an apparent gunshot wound to his head. It appeared that the male had been dragged into the vehicle. So I think what I think happened is he dragged, and I'm thinking maybe he drag him through the car. He took him out the front seat and around to the back seat and dragged him in the back seat, because I think that's why there was blood. There was blood residue on the outside of the car, and there was drag marks. He had to drive the car. I think it all happened in the car. The more I look into it, the more I think that yes, because the home's not a crime scene. They're not in the home. It doesn't seem like that the home is where anything happened. Anybody died in the home. So I think it was in the car. He had to move him to the back because he had to drive. Savanah was shot right there where she was found. He had to put the car seat on her to fit Matt in the back, and there you go. And he had to drag Matt in the back. He probably took him out of the front, outside, and then around and dragged him in, and that's why there was blood on the outside of the car. But like I said, I'm anxious to hear what everybody else's thoughts are, but I just wanted to give mine because I know people get up. Everybody's really excited when they come up, so I want to be able to give them their chance to just give their theories without me interrupting. But hold on, I'm trying to find where it says about her though. Hold on real quick, sorry. Oh, right here. It says the female appeared to have trauma to her head. And we know they identified him, and it took a while for them to identify her. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? Because it was probably, maybe it was to the front of her head. We don't know. That whole behind the right ear, that came from news reports. So we don't, that's not necessarily true. And the new, like what that post was saying is the news reports came from family members, and the family members obviously were throwing out wrong information. It wasn't correct. So like the no phone, there was no phone in the car. News reports, I was just reading a bunch of reports. No phone was found in the car. That's exactly where they found Savanah's phone. It was in the car beside her. So that was false. The sister-in-law saying no phone was there. It wasn't even in the apartment. That, you know what I'm saying? It was all false. So, and they weren't lying on purpose. I'm not saying they were lying on purpose. They didn't know. Law enforcement was not they weren't privy to any information more than what we were, basically. They were just making guesses what they thought from like probably what they're hearing, rumor, gossip, and theirs was just as rumor as ours. It wasn't facts, which, like I said, is usually the case with the family. The family usually doesn't know a lot. They usually know a little bit more, but not like the details. If it's an open case, they're not going to tell the family. You know what I'm saying? When they might tell the family right before they tell the public, but then we're going to know right after usually. But yeah, so they say apparent gunshot to his head, and hers appeared to have trauma to her head. And that's why I wanted to watch the old press conferences, because they tell you how you'll be able to see how it took them a while to identify her. They had to wait, but he was identified like right away. Um, okay, so and we'll go over the timeline and stuff. I know people, I guess people have been saying that it's not possible for that to have happened in like 4 minutes. I think it's definitely possible. Gunshots only take what, a couple seconds, but I think what it is it was planned. It happened right away. It wasn't like this big altercation, even though altercation really wouldn't take that long either. But I think he had all intentions and he was ready for it. Um, so well, let me just go through over the couple screenshots and then actually, you know what? I could add people up and we could watch the press conference with the panel if you guys want. Because then I could stop it and we'll chat with the panel. Maybe we'll do that way. So I totally agree with her comment. Definitely, but we'll see what everybody else thinks. This is interesting. Check this out. I'm understanding none of the neighbors have been spoken to about hearing anything. Like, that's correct. He said the police came and took two men and some stuff from inside the house. Any neighbor was asked anything or asked for the security camera footage. That's kind of weird. Why? Like, I would want to be knowing for sure, because even them, I mean, I know they have like evidence, like the phone data and all the stuff, but like, wouldn't you want to hear like like if anybody heard the shots, what time exactly it was, just to see if it all matches up? Was there a silencer used, which I doubt it. If I don't see like Christopher having a silencer with his gun, maybe, I guess, unless if he did somehow get Matt's gun. Um, but I guess we'll see what kind of gun it was. So yeah, remember people were asking, and this is once again, I don't know if this is fact because I can't find him saying it anywhere, but somebody posted this. So remember people were asking, is it open casket? Is open casket? Because we were talking about it at the open panel where somebody's like, they worded it like they were gonna have a viewing. Does that mean that there was open casket? Well, this person says, I'm in too many groups. I'm in almost 9 groups. I'm in a lot too. I think I'm in like 10. People then added me. It's so heartbreaking, but Matt's dad said they will have closed casket. No one will see him for the last time due to the days that was in the car. They were in the car. He explained that his son will be remembered for who and what he looked like when he was alive. So I don't know if that's true, but it probably is. I mean, hey Jewel, hey Soul, Lisa K. I'm gonna chat in a minute, guys. I just wanted to share this stuff real quick, and then when I add the panel, I'll be in chat. Because hopefully it'll be a good panel and I'll be able to let them talk and be in chat. um, Raquel, the stepmom, posted this. I always thought and envisioned our 3 boys, or should I say men, going suit shopping together with us for their baby sister's sweet 16. Now it's under different circumstances. There's actually a quick little video on her page, but how crazy. So somebody took this picture. It looks like this guy's taking a piss, peeing on the freaking car. Like, come on. They could, people, I mean, this is still against the law. You could still get arrested for this stuff. I mean, it's not like that I care because I'm like, oh, poor them, but it's just like, I don't know. Um, I don't know. This is about that Carlos guy, but so, oh yeah, because somebody says, he's posting detectives at the scene and all. So somebody complained about that Carlos, the neighbor, I guess. They like told law enforcement. Says, so you have someone intervening and recording video to post on TikTok and social media for attention. He's posting detectives at the scene and all. So I guess somebody's telling on him on the San Antonio page, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so I saw this posted in the groups, and you know how you could go to different days of the year for Google Maps. Well, I went to all the different dates that they had them, and none did it have a guy out. So I don't know where these people got this. I'm confused. Where they got these. They said they were wondering if that was Raymond, but I don't know where that's from. So I thought maybe if you guys knew where that was from. Oh, so okay, so where is that at? Oh, this is another, okay, this person's missing, so I thought maybe I would get the word out. I don't know if did they find him, you guys? Somebody posted this in group. It says, my son Matthew Anthony Morales Jr. has been missing since New Year's morning. We're being told none has heard from him or seen him. His phone has been off since that morning. He hasn't been on social media. He's 15 years old, 5'9", 120 pounds, goes by Jackie Boy. It's in the same area. If you've seen him or any information, please call SAPD or message me. So I don't know. I don't know if he's been found or not. I don't think this is true, but this is in a bunch of groups. Let me know. We'll chat about this. It says, Christopher, he's coming home. His mom is putting up the house up for the collateral. Have y'all seen it? There's an attorney in San Antonio, Alan Brown, one of the top 3 good ones helping us on the case, or helping on his case in the next few days. And yes, I know this because I'm not going to say that word, but went to school with my brother. His mother and my mother are in contact. House monitor is going to be a condition. The attorney is going to, upon his release, their house is worth barely $500,000 exactly. The attorney is asking for 10% of $5 million. Y'all watch and see. It's sad that such a good attorney, one of the top best, is going to help someone like that. But money talks, BS walks, and this crime ain't nothing to the attorney, so ain't gonna stop his money from coming in, y'all. Remember that. So I don't see them letting him out. But I mean, I guess if he makes bond, but no, wait, that would be Raymond's because, oh, 5 million. Okay, hold on. So his is 2 million. Another one is 600,000. You know what? Actually, hold on. Why don't I should save these to go over with the open panel. We could talk about what they think. Yeah. So when I open the panel, guys, I would like to try to do that where we'll go over these screenshots so because I was about to ask, what do you guys think of this? But if I had a panel, I could ask the panel what they think of it. So yeah, that's what I'll do. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I'm not thinking. So we could do that. But I do wanna I'll start playing the thing out. Yeah, I'll just open the panel. I'll just try to be able to because I want to talk to the panel about it. So I'll just try to be good at like, hey guys, let's watch this and and see what you think. I might have to interrupt you guys sometimes because I do want to get your input on it. But here's the panel. I'm going to start playing the 2 press conferences and then the 2 first ones, and then I have them in 2 separate ones. I have the 2 first ones. They're really short. I almost clipped some of the parts boring, like not boring, but some of the parts out. And then I have the second one is the last 2 press conferences that have like I subtitled, and that's definitely clipped. I clipped out just like a few important parts, but look how red my nose is.
What we're looking at right now is a very, very perplexing crime scene. And detectives right now are looking at this as a possible murder, and but we don't know for sure. So again, because of the complexity, the complex crime scene, we can't say for sure what we have.
In my comment.
Questions?
How many people were found? Are there people inside the car?
There are 2 people in the car.
Are they dead?
It didn't. Once
deceased.
again.
And we believe.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to pin my comment and it's not letting me pin it again. Let me try it again. It's not giving the 3 dots again. Somebody comment so it will go up. Hold on, guys. Dude. That's so weird. If I just have a link and I don't have anything written in the link, it won't give me the option of pinning it. So hold on, let me write something. And I want to stop this because I feel like there's a couple parts that I want to hear because I want to talk about it. So I want to wait because if I'm typing, I can't. Sometimes I can't do 2 things at once. Come join me on panel. Here, that should work now. That should let me pin it now. That's so weird. It's like you have to have words or it won't give you the 3 dot option. No, it's still not. You guys, why? It's not letting me pin it. Well, I'll just keep adding it, and then eventually. Oh, I guess I could pin the Nightbot one, but it's not letting me pin mine. Let me try it one more time. I have never. There we go. Now it does. What do you have to have so many characters or something? What the heck? All right. Brianna. Oh, you were. Was that you that were here before, right? Do you want me to add you right now? Is it okay if you're showing your face? Okay. What's up?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, how are
Hey,
you?
good, good. How are you? Oh, I think it's on a delay.
I feel like I'm on delay. It's really weird.
You are. Um, you know
It
why?
is.
You know why? Because you have to. I know this is a pain. If you only have one screen, you probably want to be on YouTube so you could do the chat, but you have to watch it through StreamYard, or you're gonna get the like couple second delay from YouTube. Is there any way you could at least bring up another screen to watch YouTube?
Okay, did that fix me?
Well, no, you have to watch. If you watch it through YouTube, there's gonna be a delay. You have to watch it through. When you're
Yeah.
talking to me, you have to be on StreamYard. Does that make sense? Or
Okay, hold on.
Let me try and fix it this way.
yeah, it's crazy. It's like you can't watch it on YouTube, but I know a lot of times you want to watch it on YouTube because you want to have the screen up, so you have to almost have two screens. The one on YouTube have it muted to type, and then the one that you're with me have it on StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that better?
I don't know. We'll see. Can you hear me?
Is that better?
No, it's a delay. Are you on StreamYard listening to me?
I think I'm gonna go through my cell phone. I'll be right back.
Okay. Here, let me remove you so you could do that. Some people don't know how to. I'm gonna kick you from studio just so you, because sometimes you don't know. People don't know how to do that, so you could come right back. All right. So I know she's not understanding. I'm trying to explain it, but I don't because I think because of the delay, it's hard for you to understand. So hopefully she'll get it. But I just wanted to let's play some of this here.
And we believe that it is the missing woman
It's so sad you could hear.
and her boyfriend, but we can't confirm that right now officially until the medical examiner takes a look at the bodies and makes that determination as to their identity.
So that missing woman was pregnant. Do we have any update on the baby?
No, I mean, I can't say for sure. I'm not going to say anything officially about whether the person in the vehicle was pregnant or is pregnant. I can't say that officially, so I'm not going to. We have to wait for the medical examiner to say anything officially. But we do believe that the two individuals are the female who was missing and her boyfriend.
Any weapon inside the car?
We don't know that yet. We have not been able to move the bodies.
Is it a key Optima?
Yes, it's the car that.
So you heard it. So at that like later on that night, so they for sure were in there that whole time because they haven't even been able to move the bodies yet because they're waiting for the examiner. So they haven't even been able to, and that's why I think one of the big factors of the whole unaliving or murder is like the drag marks on him, which they probably weren't able to see yet because they couldn't move the bodies yet. So that's why, you know what I'm saying, where he's like, it's perplexing. They can't rule out the unaliving, but I think the drag marks are a huge key into that. I mean, obviously it's not unalived, but you know what I'm saying? I think that was like a big key to it not being. And then of course the blood transfer, if they would test that and it would be his, then it for sure, and then they see that she hadn't been moved and stuff. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. Oh, thanks for joining, Angel. Thank you. All right, Brianna, let's see if this works now.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Are you on StreamYard though?
Well, that's where it keeps taking me is through
Okay,
StreamYard.
good. No, good. You're
Okay, good.
supposed to be. Yeah, you're good
Okay,
now.
good.
Okay,
This is
good.
working? Okay.
Yeah.
So I have literally, I don't know, this case has just got my head, right? So we were talking, or you were talking on live the other night about the timeline. So I went back to the arrest affidavit. And if you notice, sorry, my dog's unarrested now that I'm going back up the stairs. If you notice when it says that she searches, she doesn't search his specific address. She searches something Canyon Lane or whatever that street is. I wrote it down. Hold on. She searches just the street name, Charlie Chan Drive.
Right here.
That's all
Yeah.
she searches. So here's what I think is going on, or what I think happened. I think they planned on, because listen, me back in my younger days, I got a little bit of trouble. You didn't meet at people's houses. You didn't meet in places that you could get caught. So I have a feeling they told him to meet them somewhere like in a park, in like the school or something, somewhere that's an open field, right? So this is why the police know the crime scene didn't happen at the house, because I think wherever they met originally is the crime scene. And then he pulls Matthews through the middle and drives the car home, and that's when he gets Dad. And that's why they have that 4 or 5 minutes to drop the car off at the other parking lot, because it was already happening and he had a plan and he drove the car home. That's where that clock starts, with her the car getting there. It's never known if she actually physically drove the car, or did he drive the car to take the bodies to the house to get Dad to go dump the bodies.
Thank you, Melissa, for joining. But they don't say that they never say that it wasn't at the house, like that the car wasn't at the house or anything.
Well,
but,
no, absolutely,
okay.
yeah, because the car gets there. But they never
You're
say
mean.
specifically if she drove the car there. The car just gets there. So I think they met somewhere else, like, you know,
Yeah,
in a park or something. That's where the actual unaliving happens. And then he drives the car back. He gets to Dad. Dad, I need help. Dad, I need help. Dad, grab the truck. Let's go. And then that's how they get to that park quickly, or to the other apartment complex. And that's how you get there from start to finish within 9 minutes.
So you think that but see, I wonder why her phone didn't ping anywhere like before that then. If it just pinged as they were, you know what I'm saying, as they were getting into that area, then what about where they were before? Why don't we have a ping before that or anything? You know?
The police may have a ping. The police may have one. They just may not have told us.
Let me see something. I want to see the other one. So it says,
because they just say that she Googled that intersection. She never Googled his actual address. She just Googled Charlie Chan Drive.
So yeah, it said it pinged near Charlie Chan Drive and Cary Grant at 23:50. The night they went missing. They did not start moving again until 23:54. So you're saying it pinged when he got back to the house. That was 4 minutes that he went and got his dad and everything, and then
I wonder. I mean, seriously, because I wonder if the deed happened before they even got to the house. I wonder if when the car gets to the house, and you know, I could be 100% wrong, but that would make it how that timeline then makes sense. He pulls him, and you know, and they make the point, you know, dragged into the vehicle or dragged in the vehicle or what. I don't remember the exact wording that they used in the affidavit, but what would also make sense to me then is if he pulls him, so let's say he pops in the back seat, they're going to do their deal, and then he shoots him, and he shoots her, and then shoots him, however they do that, right? And let's say then he's like, crap, I got to get rid of this car or whatever, right? He pulls him through the back middle, because, you know, people have said, you know, from that, you know, there looks like he might be in the back middle of the car. You know, different streams say different things. I don't know for sure. But the blood, like the transfer of like them pulling him back and then him having blood on him and getting into the front seat could be how that the body was drugged. They never say it. I don't think they ever say like it's actual contact with quote unquote ground. You know, I mean, they imply it, but they never really say it. So maybe the blood being, you know, like
Let's
smeared
see what
coming
they
from the
say.
front to back.
Yeah,
They
let me
just
see how
say
they word that. But
they
thank
say
you,
dragged
Angel and
in.
Melissa, for joining. And thank you. Oh my God, you gifted 10 memberships? Melissa, thank you. And Angel, thank you for joining. Thanks, guys. Let's see how they word that. You might be, I mean, no, that makes sense. I
I
could
mean,
see that happening.
they say
Like,
into, but I mean, I'm just kind of curious when they
let me
say
see.
into, if that means like into the back of the car, into the car itself, you know, because I mean, if he's shot and then he starts bleeding, then that could create a blood spatter, a blood trail basically from, you know, being pulled from the front to the back. And then he's probably getting blood on him when he's doing that. And then that can inadvertently cause the blood transfer on the outside of the car.
Like from him. See, I was
Yeah.
thinking that, but then I feel like, why
It
do I
just,
feel like it's
it's,
more like where they think that he was dragged in because it was like maybe like, you know, if you would drag a body, how it would get like on the. But maybe no, he would definitely could have blood on him, and I guess
yeah.
that could be what they
No,
mean. I
100%.
want to see
And
how they
here's my,
worded it.
they
Go
say
ahead.
into the vehicle. So, I mean, like I said, the way they word it's really just, you know, they also said they didn't have a phone at first, too, but then that pops up in the affidavit that they did. So, I don't know if maybe they're wording things very
Right here, it
open
says there was
ended.
apparent blood transfer on the outside of the vehicle that was not consistent with the boyfriend causing harm to the female.
Right. But I mean, that, like I said, that could have got on there like when he, like, so let's say he drags him because he's going to have to be in the back seat trying to dragging him back there. He's going to probably get blood on him too,
Mm-hmm.
Christopher. And so then when he gets out to get into the front seat to drive it over there, then that could be somewhere the blood transfer gets on the outside of the car.
Yeah, no, I mean, it could definitely.
I mean, but like I said, they keep it very vague with what they're saying in this arrest affidavit. And like I said, they said originally they didn't have her phone, but I think they wanted to
Well,
not let the
no,
people
that didn't
know.
come from cops though, Brienne. Remember, that's what I
Oh,
was
really?
saying earlier. That came from the family members, and then the
Oh, okay.
newspapers reported on it. That's what I was saying. They were wrong. Family members are
Oh, okay.
sometimes wrong. The cops never said that,
Oh, I thought
but
police also had said that.
I never heard him say that.
I could be wrong on that one.
I went through all the press conferences and I didn't hear him say anything. That's why I was trying
Okay.
to see, like, that's why I thought it was important to maybe us watch that,
Oh,
because
yeah.
just to see like what was really said by them and what
Oh,
was just
100%.
said by the family that we took as facts, and then the news sources just ran with family stuff and
Okay.
posted them as facts. But we're learning now, like, that happens a lot, so we just have to be careful. I mean, we could still discuss it, but just to know
Oh,
that
yeah.
maybe just because an article says that doesn't mean it's a fact, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
But
And I even, you know, and even another random thought that crossed my mind, but I mean, that in the affidavit, you know, Christopher says they met him, but you know, it could have been that it was a setup all along, and maybe she, you know, random thoughts, you know, you're just like kind of thinking, how could this happen in such a short time frame? Like maybe he went by himself and they threatened to kill him because he didn't bring enough money or drugs or whatever, you know, and maybe then he brought her over to bring more stuff to, you know, not be killed. You know, I mean, there's so many things that could have happened, and it's so vague with what we know. It's so, you know, there's so many different things that people keep speculating that you never know. I don't know if we'll ever know until it starts to actually go to court or trial.
yeah, you're right. I don't know. If we will know, and if they just take deals, I mean, we might not have a trial. They might take a
Yeah.
deal.
Well, and to me, it just feels like that's kind of what the dad's looking to do, because it just in that affidavit, when he starts talking about it, he's like, yeah, that's me. Yeah, the bodies were in the car. You know, it just almost feels like he's rolling over on his son way too easy. I don't know. It just,
But do you think he believed his son and he thought it wasn't going to be a big deal because it was self defense? And he really believed that, no, my son wouldn't do that. Of course it was self defense. And he just really believed that. So he figured, no, son, this would be better to just do this. We'll tell him what really happened. It's going to be okay. It was self defense. You know what I'm saying? And not knowing
maybe
the
100%.
he doesn't know. He's not a freaking detective to know
Yeah.
like the evidence. That he probably didn't look to see, he probably just trusted his freaking son, you
No,
know.
100%. And that's what I think is I think that his son came in, got him involved. And then I think my thing is, I think the police told him what happened and said, this is all the evidence we have. And then the dad's like, look, if that's what happened, here's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to, I don't know. It's just, it's so weird how nonchalant oh yeah, that's me. I was there. That's my truck. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just so weird how maybe it is. Maybe he just really believes his son, and maybe
That's
forthcoming it
the only
is.
thing
It's
that
just
makes
really weird to
sense.
me.
Yeah. And then for him to be like fake news, you guys don't even know what happened. Because maybe he's like, no, they're saying this and this was self-defense. Wait till you find out what
Right.
happened. He's thinking like his son's being honest with him, you know?
100% that too. Oh, I don't know.
And
It's
because
just
think about
so
when your family, like you, sometimes you can't believe that like your family would be capable. Like somebody you know is
right.
capable of doing something. So he's probably thinking like, no, my son's not capable of murder. It had to be self-defense. I mean, that's just one option. I know some people think it's deeper and the dad's involved, but I'm
I
leaning
don't.
more towards I don't.
I
I think
don't.
he was just called to cover to help him, you know?
Yeah, and I think he was just called and told that, hey, Dad, I did something wrong, and I was attacked, and this is what happened. And I think he told his dad the same story he told the police.
Yes.
You know, I mean, he wants to be Neo from the Matrix, and and he's dodging bullets, and he's taking guns from people multiple times without getting shot at all, and no marks on him.
What do you think? So, what do you think of this right here? Do you think this is possibly true about them putting up the house for
No,
the
I
10%?
was actually I just came downstairs because my computer obviously was on delay. I'm gonna see if I can Google it. But
Where'd you
okay.
go? Oh,
Sorry,
there you
I
go.
was trying
No,
to
you're
open
all right.
something back on my phone. Hold on. Let me see if I can get to it from up here. So in Texas, I Googled that. Hold on. And I was pulling up law firms and stuff like that because I've always been told in a capital murder case, sorry, it's dark. My stairs are a little bit dark. But in capital murder cases, typically you don't get bond on
But
capital
we know
murder.
we got him though. We heard it. He got 2 million, and Raymond got 600,000. They did. They probably thought there's no way they were going to be able to make it, but we saw it on the report. Wait, I'll show you. You can look it up. There is a bond, which usually
Well,
murder doesn't have one, but I think sometimes they might give them one if they think there's no way they're going to be able to
that's
make that bond. You
I think
know?
that's what it is because this is what I found from murder and manslaughter. Are they bondable charges in Texas? Because I even looked specifically in Texas, and it says, although capital murder defendants do not have the right to bond, most judges will set bonds in capital murder cases as well. Whether the bond that the judge ultimately sets is one the defendant can realistically make, however, is another matter in itself. So I think he set a bond because he knows he can't make $2 million
Yes.
or $5 million, whatever. But technically, he does not have to give Christopher a bond. Now, the dad, I'm sure, does because he's not being held on capital murder charges.
But he
He's
already
being
gave
held
it
on
to him. You
other.
think he could take it back now that he sees that he could possibly get it? You mean? But he did already give it to him. I thought.
Well, I mean, the dad got just felony charges. So, I mean, if they're felony, he should be able to get out because those are just mutilation of corpse. I'm run back down the dark stairs real quick. Mutilation of corpse and stuff. I mean, he can put a bond on Christopher for $2 million if he thinks that Christopher's probably not going to be able to come up with it. Now, if he does, I don't know what you do then at that point. I mean, I think you have to let him bond out at that case, but I don't think he's getting out. Dad, maybe. Son, I don't think he'll get out.
Yeah, I'm looking up Christopher's stuff right now. Let me see here.
But I think the family's probably scared to leave him in there because isn't her the guy, like one of her family members in there and her brother was killed? So I think they're a little bit worried for his safety in there too.
Yeah.
I mean, people are already writing baby killer on his car, for goodness sake. I mean, I
know.
could understand. I mean,
know.
you just know people that are in jail for kid crimes. They don't fare so well a lot of times.
So bond set. Okay, so there's on the cap. Well, let me send this to me and then I'll bring it up because on the capital murder, there's a murder. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
You're fine. Take your time.
So I'll show it to you in a minute. But on the capital murder charge for Christopher, it shows $100 million bond, and then those other charges probably altogether equals $2 million. I'm guessing.
Right. Yeah, I
So
don't
that's
know.
100.
I mean, I'm sure they probably looked at finding. I don't know, especially with him and his dad. I don't know. It's weird to me that there's a bond set because like.
No, the alter, destruction, and conceal is for 500,000. So the other one must be 500,000. So together it's 2 million is how it is.
And they probably just assume that he can't come up with $2 million or what he needs of $2 million to get out. But dad, I'm sure could, because his is lower and his doesn't have the capital murder charge tied to it.
Yeah. Though, yeah, dad's is only at 600,000. So if you get like you get a bondsman and you pay 10%, right? It's not usually how that works. Here, let me bring this up and I'll share it here. So, hold on.
But is it me or is it weird that it doesn't feel like they're having quote unquote an arraignment? I don't feel like they've had one. I always thought you always have an arraignment of your charges no matter what.
Oh wow, Melissa, you gifted 5 more. Thank you. Wow, dude. You are too kind.
Your channel is on fire.
I know, that's so awesome. So look, this is the capital murder. We have 100 million or 100 million.
100 million? Oh, geez, he's never getting out then.
And then if you go to hold on. Or wait, hold on. I gotta go to the other one. I shared this on my phone and it was on this one. Hold on one second. So if you go to let me go back. Okay, so then you go to the alter, conceal human corpse, and then you view the details. You could see that that's 500,000, and that
right.
so and then yeah, so that's and then the other one, which is abuse of a corpse.
Because even with Brian Kober, they hadn't charged him with capital murder because they have like 90 days to charge you or so many days to charge you before capital murder, but they didn't give him a bond based on the severity. So that's what I'm saying. It just is weird.
Surprised me. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's just a little bit weird to me that they would let him bond out, especially, I mean, I don't know.
It is weird. A lot of the times they don't, and especially with the baby being involved. A lot of times they don't give you a bond. I just think they didn't think that there's no way they're not a wealthy family, and they're like, we can give them a bond. There's no way they're gonna get 2 million
and they're probably not. Well, that was 2 million for him and then his dad. Because mean, now you have to choose who do you get out? Do you get out your husband or do you get out your son?
Yeah, that's true.
Because she's gonna have to make a decision because there's no way they can get him out with 2 million and then get her dad out as well with all that money, and you know what I mean. So it's gonna have to be almost like one of those make a choice type of things. That's not fun either.
Definitely. No,
I just feel bad for that mom because I know we all think that there's somebody handing a towel, which it looks like, but we don't know who it is, and all these people are like, oh, I think it's the mom. I'm like, let's just wait and find out who it might be. Let's not throw her under a bus until we know, because she's already going through. To imagine waking up one day and not think your son could ever be in trouble for something like this ever, and then to find out not only is your son involved, now your husband's involved, and now everything's coming at you thinking you're involved too, and if you weren't, you know what I mean? Like, I just can't imagine that life she's in right now.
What do you think about this? So Matthew's brother says, how are you going to be selling some crap and attach my family's name to it? Do not buy off this check. So this person's trying to sell these little bracelet things, and he's saying that that's wrong. What do you think about that?
Kind of and everybody does this. Like, anytime you have one of these big cases and stuff like this, people go create GoFundMes that they're like, oh, it's for the family, and they're fake, and they go sell stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
but then they go sell stuff too to raise money for the family or to raise money for this, or because we want to support and solidarity and all that. I had one of my friends, his daughter was like 3 and died in a car crash. It was really sad. But people were trying to make T-shirts and raise money. And it was his daughter. He's like, no, the only thing that anybody's selling is from me, and we don't have a design yet. Don't do this. Back off. And it's just, I know some people think they're trying to be kind and want to show support for somebody, but you have to remember that you need to step back and remember that this is somebody's real life, not just something you're following on the internet, and you need to have some grace and humility in it as well.
That's true. What about you guys, can you guys show me your faces backstage? That's Brian. So Dark Horse, can you show me? I know your picture, but people lie sometimes. Okay. What about Angel? the wrong angel that everybody would look.
Yeah. Well,
That's
that
what
was me
this.
too that I fell for.
Me
But remember,
too.
I
I thought
sent
it
that to
looked
you.
like him.
I sent it to you the very first night that I found it when I found the other Facebook profile of like the video game with like the guy shooting himself in the head, which we think was Christopher's. And everybody kept saying he goes, maybe his middle name's Angel, and he goes by Angel on this other page, which that's why I told you. It's like, I don't know. I haven't vetted this yet at all. But I'm finding this and, kind of, cookie crumbs are leading back, but I haven't vetted it. So, I mean, because even I kind of fell into that, let me search for this, but I hadn't got to a point either way on it.
Yeah, so I think, should I add everybody up? I'm just gonna add everybody up and then we'll just take turns. So we have Brian, we have Crime and Justice, we have Dark Horse, and we got Jay from Intertwined. Hey guys. Thanks for coming up.
I may have to drop off here in just a few.
How are you?
Good.
I'm good.
So hold on, let me take this down because I can't see who I'm looking at here. So what
I just heard about this like 2 minutes ago.
Oh,
so
yeah?
we're talking about the San Antonio case?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So what?
Right.
Hold on one second. That wasn't the one I wanted to share. I was trying to find. Hold on, guys. Let me take this down. I'll just chat with you guys for a minute. So what's your guys' thoughts on what happened? Any thoughts on like how it happened, timeline? Did you hear what Brienne said about her timeline? I didn't even think about it like that. That maybe that it happened actually before the 11:54, and then that was him taking the car to his house. What do you guys think about that? Hey, Austin.
So I'm not too familiar with the case. Can you give me just like a quick update?
Yeah. Update like. Let me think how to.
Like just the cliff notes of the timeline. Like
okay. Yeah. Hold on one second. Why is it not popping up? Okay, so what we're trying to figure out is there's a very small window of time here. We have hold on one second. Let me find. So so she searched. So Savanah searched Charlie Chan Drive at No, that's when it pinged. Hold on. Does it say when she searched it? Hold on one second.
No, it doesn't say when she starts looking.
Right.
They just that's what I'm saying. I think they have, like I said, from my shenanigans when I was younger, we never met at a house. We met somewhere around a house, like a park or a parking lot. So I think that maybe they were looking for a place that they could meet. They met up. I think the drug deal got bad.
Unless his parents are cool about it and they don't care that he's meeting and buying something, you know what I'm saying? Then they couldn't meet at the house. But I know what you're talking about. Usually,
I mean, that kid's parents could be cool, but still, as a dealer with that much money and weed and drugs on me, I wouldn't want to be at a house because then they can track me back to the house if I get caught up. I'm not going to want to go to a house to get ID'd at a place, whatever. So if they caught me selling drugs or whatever. So I have a feel. My thought is because they've already point blank said that it did not happen at the house. The house is not a crime scene. They had to have been killed somewhere. They're saying they're dead before they get to the apartment complex. So I think they got shot somewhere. I think they all said, let's meet here. Let's call it, middle school parking lot B or something, right? Let's meet here. They met there. The deal goes down. I think he pulls Matt into the back of the car, drives the car to the house. That's when her phone starts probably pinging, drives the car to the house, gets dad, and they go drop the car. And that's how he gets in and out within, say, 9 minutes.
Here, you might be right. I mean, that's definitely a theory. Let me just read this for him so he knows. I just wanted to kind of read the timeline.
Sorry.
So we don't know what time, but Savanah searches Charlie Chan Drive, which is the street that the Preciados live on, the ones that killed, or Christopher lives, the one that killed him, right? Okay, so then at 11:50, her phone, the vehicle pinged. Matt and Savanah were pinging by Charlie Chan and Cary Grant Drive, that's the intersection of where their house is, right? That's at 11:50. But then at 11:54 is when the vehicle started moving again. And at 11:59 is when it arrived at that apartment complex. So at 11:54, it started headed to that apartment complex, right? So I was thinking it was just really quick Christopher Grunt gets on the driveway. He has a plan, shoots him, pulls him in the bag, and takes the car. But she was saying maybe when they actually at 11:54, when the car pinged, or 11:50, sorry, when the car pinged there, that the murder was already done and they had met somewhere else, and then he drove back to the house to get his dad.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because no one, not many people are going to shoot two people in broad daylight at an intersection.
It was
Yeah.
night. No, it was actually night though. It was 11 at night though.
Oh,
So,
well,
but
yeah. But same point, right? In the intersection, open space, it's very exposed, not likely, but
Yeah.
you know, not impossible.
But and then for the neighbors not to hear gunshots at all, and there would have to be at least 2 gunshots to kill each one of them. For somebody not to hear anything, and even that neighbor that's been on TikTok is saying he didn't hear anything, so it had to have been somewhere else. And the cops were saying it didn't happen at that house, so it had to happen somewhere.
Brianna, completely agree with you. I think that the
Brianna, can I just add, real quick, Dark Horse, hold that thought just 1 second. Brianna, okay, so I'm getting a request. You're making people dizzy because you're moving.
Sorry.
No,
I know.
you're
I'm actually,
fine.
no, my husband, I'm just finishing up dinner because I was like, I was trying to be in my office. So I'm actually going to pop off. I'm going to listen.
No,
for you
I
guys.
want you to.
No, I'm coming back. I'll come back if you guys
Okay.
are still alive. He's just getting ready to walk in the door. My dogs are going to go nuts. And so
Okay.
I'm not going to do that to you guys. But I'll still be on listening. And then I'll pop back in when I can go up to my office and just be at my computer.
Yeah, because you have a lot of good thoughts, and I don't want people to lose them because they're getting dizzy.
No,
so yeah,
no, 100%.
definitely.
No, I get it. I'm
Okay.
stuck in here trying to get everything finished before he
Okay.
gets in. So no, I'll come back.
All right,
I'll come
you're
back
fine.
as soon as I come back. All right, bye.
Okay, bye. All right, what were you saying, Dark Horse? Sorry, I had to.
well, my voice is gonna go in and out because I have laryngitis, but
Oh no.
I believe that Brienne has a good point in the sense that this unaliving took place someplace else, and because the affidavit does not state that she had gone into her Google Maps at 11:50. It just says that the car arrives at that intersection at 11:50. So the idea that they met someplace else, and I believe that there's more than one person that took place in the unaliving of these two people. So then that gives credence to the timeline also, where they have, because it's impossible to think about taking the lives of 3 people, but 2 standing humans, and then dragging somebody into a car, and then like the timeline with the 9 minutes that are involved, it's hard to grasp that timeline, and I think that's where a lot of people struggle. So Brienne, her theory on them being taken someplace else, and then maybe him, Christopher, driving to his dad's house, and in that 4 minutes, getting his dad involved, and then going to, the secondary, the apartment complex where bodies were dropped off, makes more sense. It just
So, are you saying that his dad, is it that he lives nearby?
What do you mean?
Like, so within that time frame, they were killed and then dropped off, right?
Well, like with what Brienne was saying is, in the timeline that the affidavit lays out, at 11:50, the car arrives at the Charlie Chan house, and then within 4 minutes, that car leaves, and then there's a 4-minute drive to the apartment complex, and then after that, so 8 minutes right there, and then there's a video where they're on surveillance for 1 minute, where dad is helping clean up sort of the crime scene on the outside of the car.
Right. So what I'm asking is, do we think this is premeditated, or is it that they live nearby and it was just a on the run thing?
Well, between the dad's house and the apartment complex, I think the dad or the son just wanted to drop the car off at the closest place that they thought could be, you know, where they could drop everything off without, you know, being kind of gross. But there literally was 4 minutes at the house that the affidavit talks about. Then the car moves again, and then there's a 4-minute drive to the apartment complex down the street. And then there's a 1-minute video where dad and son are having an interaction, and dad is helping him wipe down the outside of the car. And then immediately after, not even 10 seconds after, the car is dropped off right in the next parking spot, or parking, like right around the corner. You know, so, and then dad, of course, picks up son. And so, like, if this happened someplace else, dad obviously would have driven to where the actual incident occurred, picked up son's car, and drove, you know, son home. Because, I mean, what Brianne was saying is it makes sense, because the timeline in and of itself doesn't, I mean, it's confusing, because how can you take these two, especially the way that Christopher describes it, which we obviously know is not accurate, but the way that Christopher describes it is, you know, like he's some sort of weird ninja, you know, and that's possible.
Like both times, that's no, highly unlikely. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't have that much experience with guns, you know.
I mean, did you see his graduation video?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy looks really awkward. I mean, he acts really awkward. And so, like, for him to be so gangster, you know, is just, it doesn't sit right with me. I also feel that there's more than one person involved in this, and Christopher, I believe, is going to eventually speak about who else was involved in this. But it leaves credence to the idea that, you know, if he's describing, well, it doesn't make sense that in 4 minutes you can take the lives of two grown people, drag a body from the front to the back, get your dad involved, and the both of you drive to an apartment complex all in 4 minutes. Like, does not make sense at all.
No, well, adrenaline's one hell of a drug. I will say that.
Can you imagine that from dad, though? Like, I mean, I can see.
But he could have called him on the way. He could have called his dad, or when he got to the apartment complex. You know what I'm saying? He could have called him.
Which is why I was thinking it was premeditated, right? Because if they had planned on doing that, doing it in 4 minutes is absolutely possible. If it's premeditated.
I think both scenarios are possible. What Brianne said is possible, but so is them doing it. If it's premeditated, he does it. He calls instead of going back in. Maybe he just calls his dad on the way, like, "Dad, you have to help me."
Yeah, but it's a 4-minute drive, and within 4 minutes, both of them were at the apartment complex. Both of them were, like, and I mean, I have 4 kids, so like, I imagine, you know, one of my children calling me and saying, you know, something terrible has happened and I need your help, and, you know, can you meet me here? Okay, well, so then of course, as a parent, you're going to ask questions, you know, what happened? Like, what's going on? You know, and you don't just jump up out of bed and.
No, you're right. I mean, it would be 5 minutes. You're right. I mean, but I mean, it's either. I think Brianne has a good scenario. I think it's definitely possible what she said. I'm just saying the other one is not impossible. It's just. It seems it'd be more planned if it was the other option. It was like maybe he was, or his dad was ready somehow. His dad is.
If that's the case,
I'm not disagreeing with you, Dark Horse. I'm not.
I'm not either. I don't know this case very well, and I'm just putting thoughts out there. But if, like, in the situation that your son is just like, "Hey, Dad, I need you to come pick me up right now," like, as a father. If I had kids, I'd be like, all right, I'll be right there. Where are you? And my first thought isn't necessarily, you know, did he commit a crime? It's, I need to get my children safe, right? And I'm kind of playing devil's advocate for sure, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Yes. But Linda was right. It's 9 minutes. So if let's say it happened at let's say, and like I said, Dark Horse, I do like Jean's theory, Brienne's theory. I think this definitely. I'm leaning more towards that, but I still am not saying this is impossible. So let's say 12:50. Let's say it happens at 12:50. They go to at 12:50. They meet him. He goes in. He's got 4 minutes maybe so that gives him 4 minutes to shoot them, right? And then I know he only gives him 5 minutes to go to the Danny K. Calls his dad on the way or runs in. Dad, oh my God, hurry up, you have to help. And maybe his dad just jumped on it. It is possible, but it is more likely the other way. Is all. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to throw that out though because we don't know for sure. But you don't think it's possible at all, Dark Horse?
I mean, I really don't because
not possible or just not likely.
Not likely.
Okay.
And this is why, like, I'm not this man's size, but also, I mean, this guy would have had to climb out of bed and run like the Dickens to meet his son within.
But we don't know he was in bed.
They arrived.
He might have been up though. You know what I'm saying? We don't know he was sleeping or anything. He could have just been up.
Okay. Well, just say you get a phone call, and I want to say this because I've got 4 kids. If somebody, if one of my kids called, of course I'm going to bolt out the door, but it's still going to take time to get yourself, like together, like, get your.
Did he look? But wait a minute, back up. Did he look like he was together in that video? He was a slot. You know what I'm saying?
No, he did not.
No, he wasn't like all.
He did. He looked like he just crawled out of bed.
Yeah.
And he doesn't look like he moves very fast either, And
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
But I mean, my point is that they both met there 4 minutes after this happened. As soon as that car moved, they both left at the same time. So for the murders to take place in 4 minutes, take Matt's body and put it in the back of the car. And I got some notes on that too. But to take this guy's body and move it to the back of the car and then drive 4 minutes and both of them meet together, like they had to have left the house at the same time. How does a murder happen like that? And your dad is following you within
which is why I tend to think that it's a planned situation.
Well, I think that Brienne's, theory actually fits because, just to do everything that happened with just the crime in of itself of taking the lives of these 2 people and being able to move Matt in the back seat of the car.
Brienne's back.
And I feel like something happened someplace else. And I also feel like these types of deals, when they go down, you don't take somebody to your home, especially if you plan to rob them. You don't take them to your home. So I don't feel like Matt or Savanah was driving that car. They did ping at that address at 11:50.
Oh, you mean before that they don't? Okay. Here, I'm gonna add a couple people. Hold on 1 second. Let's say hi to these people here. We got True Crime Investigates and Brienne's back. What's up, Anthony? Is that a real hat or is that like a filter?
No, it's the hat.
Oh, it almost looked like a filter. Okay.
I'm just saying, man.
Tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I figured
Looking
it was fitting
nice.
since we're talking about Ramon.
What's the celebrate? Ah, I see. It's about Ramon.
So, so there we go. Now we're better. Now
Anthony's
we're more
feeling San Antonio tonight, huh?
Yeah.
So
So I came in just to say this. So I'm editing a video right now, but I wanted to come in and offer my opinion on Ramon. Okay, so if my son called me and told me that he did something like this and was specific and said exactly what he did, I would help him without a shadow of a doubt, cover up any evidence, conceal any body, and do anything and everything because that is my family, my blood, and I will do anything to protect them. I would lie for them. And it wouldn't surprise me that Ramon would jump out and do that for his son at a moment's notice. And I will say the Hispanic people I've grown to know are some of the most loyal, family-oriented people in the world that I've ever seen. And I think that it wouldn't be a surprise to me that I don't think Ramon's involved directly in the murders. I think that he just is loyal to his family and wanted to help his son in any way possible.
I love your honesty.
That's what I think.
No, I agree. I think he could have acted that quick. If it was something like that, he could have just jumped up and gotten the truck. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't have even a thought. Like, it could, but also it could be the other way too. But I don't think it's that weird that he would just hurry up and get in his car and be like, yes, we got to do this, like, quick, you know? So yeah, no, I agree. I agree with all of you guys, really.
I mean,
like, I do. I agree.
I agree with Anthony. Now that I think about it, if it was my son, yeah. I don't really like law enforcement that much, and you know.
Nobody does.
But okay, so if I have a question now, here's a question. If you believe your son, because I think there's a good chance he believed his son's story was self-defense. You believe your son at self-defense. Wouldn't you tell him though, let's just call the cops. You'll be okay. It's self-defense.
I'll hire an attorney.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of cover up, wouldn't you just tell him to do the right thing?
Absolutely.
Especially the fact that if he's believing his son when his son's saying, Dad, they were trying to shoot me and it was self-defense, why wouldn't his dad be like, okay, we're going to call the cops. It's going to be better.
Yes. And I would also, if his son pushes, if it was my son, I said, okay, let's call the cops, explain the story. The son probably is going to be like, no, let's not call the cops. It's like, no, it's fine. And then you push back a little more. And it's like, what's going on here? Right. And then you come back to the same situation where it's like, okay, what the hell did you do? Right. And
that's what makes me believe
right?
Brian's theory even more so. It's because, you know, he could give his dad, you know, this whole story and his dad jumps on it, you know, and just like, hell yeah, I've got your back. You know, hearing his son's story, and then at the end of the day, he's like, "What the hell happened?"
You know, and I think that I like that. So that's a good question. So say the question again. How you thought it was, or
Who,
what
me?
was the question? Yeah, you.
Yeah, if you believe, because I mean, I do believe there's a chance that he believes his son's story, and that's why he's like, it's not what it appears to be, and his son is saying that it's self-defense. That Matthew, you saw in the affidavit, right? That Matthew took the gun and he got it away, and he shot Matthew, and he did the same to Savanah, and he said it's self-defense, right? So if his dad really believes his son, because think about it, you don't think your son is capable. You know, he probably thinks. He probably does believe him because my son's not capable of murder. Maybe, you know, so maybe why not have him call the cops? It's self-defense. I mean, I know it really isn't, but he thinks.
Well, by the time he got to his dad's house with Brian's theory, by the time he got to his dad's house, the car had already been moved and the bodies were already in the car. And so Dad's going to help him cover that up.
No, you're right. But hold on, Anthony, though, I want to see what Anthony has to say about it because you asked Anthony. So what do you think?
No, man, I wouldn't care. I mean, look, I'm a guy that sees through a lot of stuff. Okay, so if my son comes to me and says, "Dude, oh man, you know, I just shot 2 people. It was self-defense. What happened, man?" Well, he pointed the gun at me. I took it, and this happened, and then it shot her. I'm like, all right, dude, listen. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna go with that story because that's what you told me. I want plausible deniability. I don't need to know anything else. If that's your story, you better stick to that. I'm gonna stick to what you told me, and that's as far as it's gonna go. You are going to, you know, you are on your own when it comes. If they come, they come. You know what I mean? I'm gonna say exactly what you told me. I'm not gonna go any further. But
so you wouldn't have
in my mind, I wouldn't have them call the cops. I would be like, you know what, dude? If they show up, they show up. But if they don't, good job, you know, good luck, man. You know what I mean?
But then you have those extra charges, like the abuse of the court. You know what I'm saying?
I would gladly take the charge to protect my family.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, I could see that. I just was curious.
Well, because at the time, it's a what if, you know, if they can track the crime back to his son, you know. But and according to David, his dad didn't hesitate for a second to say, "I know why you're here. You need to talk to my son."
Yeah.
You know? So, like, I mean, I get it on that end. And honestly, I mean, I love Anthony's honesty when it comes to, like, what he would do. And I can't say that I would do this. I mean, I would probably thing in the moment, and then but I would hire an attorney and help my child turn themselves in.
Just like the Brian Laundrie
But
family.
I mean, that's kind of what happened too.
Brian Laundrie family is exactly like the type of family that I'm thinking people would look at me like they look at them. Whoa, man, they knew about it. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like
I
people are all
see,
over
yeah.
them. You know what I mean?
I guess it would just depend on the specifics of the
Well, it
case.
is
Yeah.
hard to say because as a parent, you
Exactly. That was what I was going to say. Is in that affidavit.
Yeah. Brian, how are you down there? You didn't get to talk. I'm gonna try to like make sure everybody gets to talk. I gotta do better at this. Brian, or I should call you Brian. I'm sorry. Crime. I don't even know what's your name here. I just know you by
Crime and
Brian
Justice.
or Baby Boss. Crime and Justice.
What you said? It's alright over here.
What?
It's snowing. Yeah, snowstorm.
Well,
what is your thoughts? Are you here? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
I'm still here. I think I agree with what everybody was saying.
So you think it happened before, like what
Yeah.
Brianna was saying?
Yeah.
No, Brian just comes to be a part of to watch true crime live, like sit here and be like, man, I'm live with true crime with zavgirl.
He's quiet,
to
but
be honest, if I was in a situation, I'll be you on your own. You got to turn yourself in. I'm not trying to go to jail.
Okay, that's a different perspective. Okay, so would you call the cops on him, or would you make him call the cops, or would you just like
I would tell him to
what
turn
would you
himself
do?
in.
What's that?
I would tell him to turn himself in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any kids, so I don't know that like that really strong bond that you would have with a kid because I don't have any kids, so I couldn't say like on a parent perspective what I would do, because I don't have anything to really base.
Well, I don't have any kids either, but I think about it a lot, and I think it even as someone without kids, you can sort of reason with certain ideas. Like if my kid came to me, "Hey, Dad, I just killed someone," I'm like, "Okay, what the hell happened?" And you've got two options, son: turn yourself in or run and hide. And I'm definitely not gonna turn you into the cops because you're my fucking son, but holy hell, man, you gotta make a decision real quick.
Yeah, see, I would try to, but this is because I don't have kids, so I might think differently if I did. But because I don't, I would try to talk him into turning himself in. Yeah, I'd be like, come on, like if it's self-defense, if I would probably believe it was self-defense because it was my kid. I wouldn't think that my kid could kill anybody, probably. I would hope so. And I would be like, come on, it's not worth it. You'll be okay. It's self-defense. Let's call the cops.
Well,
I wouldn't.
especially if your child is giving you a story about self-defense. I mean,
Yeah.
I would, I probably would do exactly what Anthony said, and hire an attorney and then have my child turn themselves in, which would probably give a little bit more, when it comes to law enforcement, the idea that maybe this was self-defense. But I think that
because you're gonna have more of a chance of them believing the fact that they hit it. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna believe you less. You have these other charges. So, I think,
and that's why I think that Brianne's theory that the crime took place,
So I made it back.
and then the
you
car
made it back.
to
So
the
what?
dad's house, and then the dad followed. I mean, that gives credence to the 4 minutes. The car was then, after the crime, the unalivings of these 3 people took place, drove the car to the dad's house, and the dad was like, "Oh, we got to hide this." That's why I believe Brianne's theory as to this happened someplace else. In addition to that, there was no crime scene tape put up at the house at all. That yes, they did find a bunch of evidence at the house, but there was no crime scene put up, not on the street, not over the garage. I mean, there was just nothing.
I mean, there's that one bullet hole in the windshield, but there's nothing else. Like, I mean, there has to be, if it happened at that house, there has to be somewhere for that casing to have gone. There has to be, maybe it would have to go through into the house. There has to be somewhere that this happened. And if it's not there, then where is it? And I have a feeling, if you want my personal opinion, that's probably where they're going to find Matt's phone. It's probably smashed somewhere in that same area. That's my gut feeling.
Right.
It might be with the police, and some information they're going to withhold, right?
That's it.
If they don't want people snooping around the houses looking for stuff, they're probably going to not say anything about those things. Just keep it quiet.
Did any of you guys see the photo of that was it was played with a little bit from when the detective opened the door, where you can see Savanah, the position of her head and the position of Matt in the back of the car. Did any of you guys see that?
Yeah, I mean, I see what the people are saying. The part that they say that they could see it, but I don't see it. I see the baby seat.
The picture that
I
I
see
saw last
the
night was very
headrest.
clear. The picture.
Well, send it to me. All the ones I'm seeing in groups, or like when we go through this, I don't see it. But I know there are people that see it. I just don't for some reason. Can you send me the screenshot? Here, let's go to that. Here we go. See, I see the baby seat right here. Or I think we all saw that right real at the beginning.
When he opens the door, somebody has, with lighting and all that kind of stuff, they have sort of cleared up the picture. And this was on, can I mention the channel?
No. Last time I got, no, not right now. Because I don't know who you're going to say. And it's,
I know where you got it. I'll see if I can go find it on that live and screenshot it.
Do you know
I was there with you? Yes, I was there with you last night.
Okay. So
I'll go see if I can find it.
So there was another channel that he used to work for San Antonio Police Department. And so he talked to a couple of people at the police department. And at the end of his live, he talked about how he was given some other information that he had known about, but did not release. And that was that Matt's feet were between the console, which would mean that he was dragged from the back of the car through the console.
Who said that? Because I've seen people say that, but how do we know that? Who?
Well, it's another channel, and he is former.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no.
You know what? Hey, I got a question. I got a
was
question.
one that took part in that.
I got a question for you guys, real quick. I want each one of your guys' opinions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start at the top, and I'm gonna work my way and work our way down. Since we're like at the top here, I'm gonna go Zav, Jay, Brienne, Brian, and Dark Horse. And I want you guys to just take 30 seconds to answer this, so we can all speak out real quick. Do you guys think that Ramon will take will testify against Christopher in exchange for a lighter sentence when it comes down to it? Zav?
No way. I don't think so. The fact that he helped him cover up, no, I don't think that. But
even though he fully cooperated with the investigation and told him the truth, you don't think he's gonna still go to trial and back that?
Wait. Ask the question again. Maybe I didn't understand the question.
So when it comes down to it and they finally start going to court and stuff, right? Okay. Prosecution's going to say, hey, Ramon, you know what I mean? If you provide testimony and testify against Christopher in this capital murder case and tell us, help us prove our case, would you think Ramon would do that? Or you think he'd keep his mouth shut and just
that's his son. I don't think he would.
Okay. Jay?
Yeah, I guess it really depends on, how loyal Ramon is to his family, right? Like you were saying, if it was your son, you'd be like, all right, I'm gonna have plausible deniability. I don't know anything. And if Ramon's that kind of guy, then he's not going to. But if he sort of goes, well, my son did something wrong, or if he is a dirtbag and just doesn't wants a lesser sentence just because he wants a lesser sentence, and yeah, it really depends on what he's thinking, right?
Because
Hold on, hang on just a second. Okay, Brienne?
I'm gonna go probably 50-50 split. I would normally say no, he wouldn't rat him out, but if you read that affidavit, he's basically saying, yeah, that was me. Yeah, we were in the car. Yeah, the bodies were there. So he's kind of already started giving a little bit more information. So I think it would depend on what he's being charged with and what he gets out of the deal to protect maybe the rest of his family.
Okay, Brian. Ramon's charges are abuse of a corpse and tampering and withholding or altering evidence.
Oh, so it depends. It depends, like, and if it's with like, it depends. Like if it depends. Like, I don't know. What would I do? I don't know. If with no jail time, with no if they say no jail time, I will testify. If I have to do jail time, then I can't testify against my own son.
Okay. All right. That's okay. That was going to be my follow-up question. What about you, Dark Horse?
I have 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. And so I can tell you that in this case, no matter what happens, this guy is facing capital murder charges. And there is other family members that, meet him. And so I feel like whether I testify or not, he's still going to get capital charges, a capital murder charge.
So you wouldn't? If you were Ramon?
I would cooperate. I would pray heavily, and it would weigh on my soul very heavily. But also, it's not just my child that is in this. There's 3 other souls that are involved in this. So, like I said, it would be very difficult for me to do. I would have to have a long conversation with my son that's involved in this. But at the end of the day, this is not my doing. This is his. And either way it goes, he's facing capital murder. So,
Okay.
whether I talk or not, it's still going to affect him. So I feel like I probably would testify against him.
You would? Okay.
Because
okay.
I would have to have a conversation with my child.
All right. Here was my follow-up question. For those of you who said that they wouldn't testify against him, who said that? Which one of us? Jay? Wouldn't?
I did too.
And you
I
said
don't
you
think he would. No, I don't think he will.
Now, let me ask you a question. You're in his position, all right? I'm the prosecutor or I'm the detective. Guess what, Tiff? Guess what, Jay? We're going to charge you with murder, dude, because we know you had more to do with it. And you're going down for the rest of your life unless you tell us, unless you help us, dude. You're going down. We're going to charge you. We're going
Prove it.
You're hit.
Prove it.
You're going to take that chance, really?
Yeah, it's my son.
And what if you go down for it? What if they do and you go down for it? You call their bluff.
So
and
what?
You do it.
It's my son.
But that's okay. The reason I said that is that's the game they play with you.
Yeah,
That's
they're sneaky. But Dark Horse, you made a good point. He's going to do life anyway for capital murder, so there's really nothing for, like, if he testified against his son, either way, they have enough evidence. Either way, he's going to go for life. So why not save yourself? You know what I'm saying? So maybe he could have a talk with, I don't know how he'd be able to talk with Christopher. Like, it might be worth
they
it.
could just be cellmates.
Because Christopher's going to be freaking going away for life anyway. Might as well save one person.
Unless
So
they
I could
change
see
it, unless they change it to a death penalty case.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's good point.
Well, I think that if this was my situation and I would cooperate, I would beg the prosecution to take the death penalty off the table for my cooperation. I would.
I gotta disagree. I would not beg because then they have full control over you. Once you start begging, they're gonna pull every trick in the book.
Are you being mean to that dog?
He's barking at the screen. I better take this off. He watches TV. Like, there's certain things that.
Mine does that too.
No, he's watching what we're watching. I have it up on the screen, and he's looking at it, and he's not liking it. He started barking at it.
He's got bad vibes on him.
I know.
Mine barks at other dogs on TV. Like,
mine does too. Any animal. Oh yes, he goes nuts over him. Yes.
Let me get the puppy. Hold on. Come here.
Or maybe he's just got something to say about the case.
That too.
Let's see. What do you got to say, Bubby?
I see.
He's seeking justice.
Yeah.
I love it.
I saw your sweatshirt.
Yeah. You did? You like
Yeah,
it?
you guys got to go check out her merchandise site. I went
actually
through and
need
checked
new
it out.
merch. Thanks.
It's really cool.
Oh,
What is it
thanks.
called?
That was an old one though. I need new
In her-
merch, but yeah,
it's in her
no, thanks.
description. It's her merchandise site. You go to her description and you guys can find her about section.
Thank you.
She's got it on there. It's cool.
Hi, baby. Oh, such a precious soul. Hi, Pumpkin.
I love him so much.
Is unisex?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
unisex. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try to come up with some more logos, but yeah, I have a couple up there. That one that you're talking about, Anthony, that was like my very first one. So
They don't want to see the camera.
Is part of your merch Seeking Justice?
yeah, well, I don't know. Do I still have that one, Anthony? I
That's
thought it
how I
got
saw
taken
it.
down. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw it. Yeah.
I have some. I could do giveaways. I have some Zeke and Justice sweatshirts and pants. Oh,
I love that.
I love him.
Spin the wheel.
Hi, baby.
My boy. Anyway,
Hi.
okay. What's the next question? Oh, I'm holding
Oh.
Zeke.
I don't know what is the next question. Okay, so here's my question. So everybody got fascinated with this case quick early on because there was some suspense, there was video, there was TikToks of all this stuff, and we couldn't piece it together, and we tried. Okay, eventually we got the identification of the big dude in the truck, who's the guy in the car. We've got that. What is it for you now that keeps your interest in this case? What is there left for you to know, Brienne?
I don't think we know it all. I think it's too cookie cutter right now that, oh, here's the dad, here's the son, this is it, we're done. No, there's more to this. There has to be more. And I think that's what it is trying to figure out what else is still out there.
Hold on, Dark Horse. Hold on.
Just like what else is still out there? There has to be more to the story.
Okay, what about Brian? Brian, what do you think?
Like the other people are saying, there has to. I don't think there's only two. I don't think he did it by himself. I think there's somebody else involved.
Jay?
It's kind of twofold. I kind of want to know what Texas decides on the additional charge, like killing the baby, because from my knowledge, America's pretty divided on whether a baby inside a woman it's still a human being. And I also want to know I don't know. That I guess that's really my only curious thought.
Okay, Dark Horse?
Well, to answer Jay's question, at the last press conference, they said that they intend to charge on the baby because at any point of gestation, the baby is considered a person. So they have 90 days to come back with all of the charges altogether. But what has me intrigued by this is not only the fact that this was a woman that was due to deliver any day, but there's so much more to this story because, like, I do believe in Brienne's theory, and I do believe that there's more people involved, and I do believe that the person who tossed the towel needs to have some sort of charge for just being there.
Okay.
Like,
all right. What about you, Zach?
Okay, so I want to know whose gun was it? What happened? Was it planned? Did the dad know? Did they have more involvement? Did it just happen when they first got in the car? Was it about a drug deal? What was it about? What was the motive? Did he use his own gun, or did he get Matt's gun, or what the gun situation was? Okay. And also,
it seems like an ambush.
Yeah, and also, wait, there was one more thing I was thinking of. Hold on.
I want to know Savannah's.
Yeah, the motive for sure. Like, what the heck?
I want to know Savannah's injuries. Like, where, because that might answer a lot of questions. Is like, where was her entry wound? Because if they were both behind the right ear, I mean,
no, did you hear that? Nobody, the cops never said that though. They only said contact wound.
It's
so somebody, yeah, they said contact wound with him. I think his was cleaner because they could identify him before Savannah. Exactly. Savannah, they said like a how did they word it? Like a trauma to the head or whatever. So I think hers was more messier. I think hers was just. His was like, I think his was like somewhere like right to the head, and it was really clean contact.
Well, yeah,
they say contact, but yeah. So, I'm gonna add Brittany's here. Hey Brittany, what's up? You made it finally.
Girl.
Hey,
This
how
is
are
alleged.
you?
It's allegedly Brittany now.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, allegedly.
Me and
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Are you Brittany? Allegedly
Yeah.
Brittany. I never even thought really
Allegedly.
too much
Allegedly
about
with Brittany
that.
J.
Yes.
Oh, allegedly.
me and Dad talk. We talk privately, and my name is Brittany J back there, so it does get confusing. But finally, I've been trying to get up here with her for like 3 days, but crap kept happening. So good to see you,
Oh,
Zach.
yeah, you too.
You know
is
what? I got
it?
a question for
Yeah.
Brittany. Brittany, can you answer the same question that we just answered? Do you think Ramon would flip on his son and testify for a lighter sentence if it came down to it?
Oh, that's a good question. You know what? I'm not sure. I would say maybe, but after the way that he acted, during that perp walk, I'm not so sure about that. And then let's think about this too. The probable cause affidavit, if you go back and read that, it states that when law enforcement knocked on the door, Ramon answered, and he was like, yeah, well, you know, I already know why you're here, basically. You need to talk to my son. So I don't think so. I don't think
I'm with you there, Brittany. I don't think he would, but I think he's given enough information that he would, depending upon what they kind of deal they make him, because he basically started rolling on him in the affidavit. So I think he might go further depending upon what he's given.
Yep. Well, that's not to say if he doesn't know, if he knows information on anyone else, I could see him, you know, trying to work out a deal that way. But I don't know.
I don't know that he even has any information on anything else other than what his son has told him, which is probably the same story that he has told his,
Never know.
the same
People-
story.
Oh, you. Real quick, Anthony, will you take over for a minute? I got to run to the bathroom and go get some coffee. And Zeke's scratching. I'll be back, guys, okay? And Brittany, wait, you're going to stay. You just got up here, but I really got to the bathroom. And are you going to be here for a minute or no, Brittany?
I'm going to stick around for a while. I'm
Okay.
here for a
I'll
while.
be right-
We're good.
Okay. I'll be right
Go
back.
get you some coffee, girl. Really quick too. I just wanted to add that.
You know what? Hang on just a second. Hey, would the moderators in the chat remove the person that's being disrespectful to all the people on the panel from Zav's channel? Truth be told, would you remove that person from this channel from being disrespectful multiple times throughout this, moderators?
What are they calling me, a skinhead?
No, they're just saying a bunch of stuff to people, and it's disrespectful to Zav and everybody else, and they should be removed. So please remove that person from her channel. That's disrespectful to her. And we're trying to talk serious about a case, and that's just stupid to come on here and talk bad about the people. So apologize for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome. So here's my question. So I'm going to go ahead and ask everybody here to try to get to know you guys, because I'm new to some of the names that are here. I've met Brian sometimes, Dark Horse, Jay, I know, Brienne. I don't know you. Tell me a little bit about you, like, you know, if whatever you're comfortable, you know, like where you're watching from, what country, how long you've been into it and stuff.
Oh yeah, so I'm actually in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I kind of started, fell down this true crime YouTube rabbit hole. Started with following Emily Baker, then started following a few other people like on stuff, and then that's how I fell into Zav's channel, and actually fell into Brittany's channel. So really just stuff that I just am very involved and interested in, like really getting to know the truth of things and not just kind of what the media wants you to know. And you really kind of see that as you start to explore and you deep dive yourself and look for things that you're finding versus, you know, kind of what's out there. And so then being a part of these channels and being part of YouTube and all that community, you're really kind of, you find other people that have those same kind of thoughts, and you can bounce ideas off of, and you can be 100% wrong with an idea, but you're in a community that you feel really safe and have those conversations with. So that's kind of how I fell into it, and, you know, where I've been. So
Cool. What about you, Brittany? Holy shit.
I'm
That sounds like a house phone.
I have not heard one of those in a long time. Well, for me, like a lot of people already pretty much know where I come from, but I started with the Watts case. A lot of us call it Watts Island. Um, but actually, I'll be honest with you, Zav was one of my first true crime channels that I found. I didn't know that YouTube offered much beyond, looking up a tutorial or something like that. And then I discovered the world of true crime, and I found Zav, and I found Armchair Detective was one that I started watching in the beginning, and like it just went down the list, and decided to start my own channel. And I mean, it's pretty much here we are.
Are you covered solely a true crime channel then?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Okay.
I started out variety. I would do anything, but I pretty much have been true crime for about a year and a half now.
Cool. What about you, Brian?
The first case I've ever watched on about true crime, it was a court TV, was actually the Casey Anthony case. It was kind of interesting because while I was watching it for like, I believe the case lasted 8 to 12 weeks. At the top of my head, I'm taking notes. And recently I just rewatched it again. And I was saying, I said, the verdict goes past 4 hours, I have a feeling she's going to walk. And then once the verdict passed the 4 hours, I knew she was going to walk. And ever since, I've been following true crime since. I follow a couple of channels here and then. And then I started actually following a couple of channels after the Gabby Petito case.
Okay, that was a big case that brought a lot of people into true crime and stuff like that. Jay, what about you? Are you a true crimer? What's up with that? I already know, but they don't.
Yeah, no, thanks for asking. No, I'm not a true crimer YouTuber. I'm just a general podcast guy. I want to talk to a lot of people, and I figure, I found you on YouTube and reached out to you, and you said, let's join and let's put up a channel for you and start making videos. And you recommended for me to join Zav's stream. And now I'm here, right?
Yeah. I told him, I said, you want to talk to different people and everything. I said, once people get into YouTube and stuff like that, and we'll get back into the Savanah case when Zav gets back, everybody. I'm just taking a break for a moment so we can kind of just so everybody can learn who's on panel and everything like that. So, when people want to talk to different people, or like Jay said, I'd like to reach out and talk to people. I said, you know what, man, if you jump into this kind of panel or these panels, you meet all sorts of different people from all sorts of different places, and they all have various knowledge on different topics. And when we all come together like this and we communicate about crimes as they're happening, especially like the Savanah Soto case over the past week and a half, the theories that were thrown out on Zav's channel were all correct in some way, shape, or form. It was just about piecing them all right together in the right order. But the things that people said, the viewers and us, all was correct. And it was like, it was amazing to see. And so like you can see a network and collaboration of all these people.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
Yeah, and like I'm not a true crime YouTuber in any way, shape, or form. And so you guys might be thinking, oh, well, who's this guy trying to bump in on the case who doesn't know anything? It's pretty obvious, right? But no, I just want to talk to people. And this is one of the few opportunities that I've gotten, right? And it seems like a very welcoming community.
And that's where I am. I'm a document hound. I just want to go and find things. Like I find stuff online. Like I follow a lot of, different cases, and I'm just one that wants to go dig in and find the documents and read the affidavits and find those pieces and put all those together. And how does this piece fit with that? So that's what I love about it. And then everybody I can say this and somebody else has another opinion here. So I really like being able to do all of that.
You know what? I'm totally opposite with that. I'm like the guy who's like, I'd rather you do that and me just go off of what you tell me it says, and then I just go from there.
and true crime is not the same. It's not the same thing as Law and Order.
No, it's not.
Portray it to be.
Anytime you guys need me to look stuff up for you, get a hold of me. I got you. I will go find stuff left and right.
Oh man, I got you guys busy for the next 5 years.
Oh, so well, thanks for helping,
Thank you.
Anthony.
You're welcome.
I think everybody knows how I got into it. Probably with the Watts case. Same with that was the first case that I started with, was the Chris Watts case, and it's seek scratching. Gosh darn it! I want him to stay. I don't want him to leave. But do you know how we were talking about like what makes some cases more popular? I was thinking about that. I actually saw a video and it reminded me why the Chris Watts, like why I was into the Chris Watts, is because the relatability of that. So sometimes cases like where people could relate to it, like the Chris Watts case, and everybody could be the Chris Watts case. You know what I'm saying? It's like a normal family, freaking kids, just like a normal loving, appeared to be like a loving dad. And so I really related to that, I feel like. What about you, Brittany? Is that why you kind of got into it? Just because you kind of could relate? It's like, it's crazy.
And
It's like,
kind of felt like you remember, I think me and Zav's talked about this before. You kind of feel like you get to know these people from all of the research, but yeah, you know all about Watts Island, Zav. It was crazy.
dude, I was into that for like 2 years, like every day. That was my life, man.
Why?
Crazy.
Okay, let me ask you why. Okay, because I'm a way opposite. Okay, I've been on Armchair Detective's stream and stuff, and when he told me like I'm in the Chris Watts case, he's like, because everybody's got those cases that kind of gives them their jump on YouTube, the thing that they're into the most, that they like and stuff. Mine's Delphi. Lots of people's are Chris Watts. Okay. And I never once touched that. Man, every time I got on a girl's YouTube channel, it's always girls. Okay. And they're like, Chris Watts. I'm like, oh God, dude, no, please. Why?
Because we want to learn, because he seems so normal. It was like a normal, you never would have expected it. So it's like, we want to watch and try to figure out, like, dude, could we actually be a victim? Could we be in a relationship that doesn't, like, what are we missing here? How did that happen? Shanann thought he was the best thing that ever happened to her. He seemed like the awesomest dad, the awesomest husband. It's like, okay, we want to learn from this. I feel like is the big thing, is like learning, like, what can we spot, like, for our lives? You know what I'm saying? If we're in a relationship. And then also falling in love with Bella and Cece, because Shanann was all over online. So we got to actually know them since they were babies to like their whole life, because she had them online constantly, videos, and we got to know Shanann. And so it was like almost like they became our family. And then just not understanding how it could have happened. Like, it's just like, Chris seems so normal. Like, what happened? What the heck? This could be.
Let me ask you this:
my sister. What?
Do you think he's cute? Do you think he's attractive? Do you think he's a good-looking man?
No.
I don't think he's ugly. He's just average. I mean, he's not ugly. He's not. No, I don't think he's an ugly guy.
Brittany, do you think he's cute?
It's not a no.
But I just wanted to add really quick, not trying to butt in, but just because I relate so much to this, like what Zav's saying. Not only that, Zav, a lot of our problems too were the mistress. A lot of us felt like it's not full justice with that case. I know that there's such a split in that, but many of us thought that there was more with the mistress. So there was a lot of unanswered questions. That's why we're all stuck on Idaho. There's a lot of unanswered questions. And just like Zav said, that was probably the first of its kind of one of those cases where we got an inside look through social media, because Shanann was an influencer. So, it was almost like we got to witness the decline of their relationship from the moment that she, came out with that pregnancy test, the awkwardness of that, pairing that with the discovery. And we're like, oh my God, that's like a couple of weeks after he started talking to his mistress. Like, it's a crazy case.
We'll be able to see it. See, Anthony, we could see it. Like, we could see it happening on it because there's videos, so we could see. And then when they go to his house after he gets home that day, we could study, like, he already had killed him and he comes home, and I don't know, it's just crazy watching the body cam footage.
You guys like the okay, you've got the story. Here's what is said to have happened. Then you got the arrest, and then you go back and look at all those things that happened that you didn't realize at the time,
Yes.
and try to piece together what you can think based on that.
And
Me,
same with
that's
Gabby
not,
Petito.
that's not the intriguing part for me. It is same with Gabby Petito. Same concept there. For me, it's the opposite way. When there's the resolution that happens, the arrest, or it's like, okay, that person's the one responsible, that's where the mystery ends for me. It's not that I'm not interested in the case, but for me, it's when we got a grainy photo or a picture or something like that, and you can see it, but you just can't tell. Like the vehicle in this Savanah case, right? You can see it, but you just can't tell, man. You know,
I mean,
that's
there's
the
still
mystery for me.
there's mystery with Watts. We see him loading his truck that morning before. There's so much video, Anthony. There's so much to go through, and we analyze that. You see him walking out, and then people think it's NK. I don't know, just all this stuff that morning where he loads them. He loads Shanann. We found out later that the kids were still alive. It's just the stories like the freaking oil tanks. I mean, it's just a crazy story. But you guys, it looks like people want to get back onto that case. So
Okay, real quick. I just got a quick question, and we'll try to keep it short. But as someone outside the community, I hear you guys talk about so many cases. What keeps you going? Like in the true crime community, the case is it the cases themselves? What about the cases?
Just
I think it's trying. Go ahead.
I mean, I would say just the fact that there's constantly something new to talk about. This is something that I think that I'm interested in whenever I see news breaking or something like that. It's like I watch it, try to keep updated. This is like a newer source of news versus mainstream media. You can interact with the creators, the viewers, the content creators on here. It's just a different spot for news, I think, for me.
Well, and then I think part of it too is, like going back to the Gabby Petito case, if somebody hadn't seen the van and different things like this, we may never have been able to help get her to the point that she was able to be laid to rest and help a family. So doing those little things and doing that research and looking for those clues can really sometimes help somebody find a loved one or find somebody they're missing or help solve something. And so that you feel like you're just doing a little bit to help make the world better, how cliche it may sound.
No, it's true, because sometimes, social media does help. There's been times they have actually like solved cases a few times and or help, because they only have so much manpower. Law enforcement, we have like thousands of people that spend hours going through all this stuff, like the towel person. Did they even see that person like themselves? Like maybe they didn't. Maybe they just looked at it for what it was and they didn't examine it. I don't know. What do you got? Do you think that they saw the towel person or somebody pointed it out to them? For this case, Savanah, I mean, the cops.
I don't know. I think they said that they knew, but I think somebody pointed it out.
Yeah, I think so too, maybe.
I seem to think it would be, I mean, just looking at that video is I think it's common sense that it would show up. And I mean, I would see that. They analyzed it and watched it multiple times. So I would be like, okay, look, man, someone threw the towel out from the back. So if they missed that, they're straight.
So they were just going to try to like not say anything about it until the people put them on the spot about it. They were just going to let it go, I bet. Because they didn't. And then somebody asked them. And it sounds like they're only going to look into it because the public's like, and the family is like, you need to, there's somebody else.
It might be a situation where they know who it was. Like, okay, maybe it's Ramon's girlfriend or wife. I don't know who Ramon lived with or whatever. Maybe it was that person, and the cops are like, who is in the back seat? And they're like, nobody. Oh yeah, is that how we're gonna do it? Who's in the back seat, man? Nobody. All right.
That's true. When they release interrogations, we'll see.
Knowing that there is, but they just can't prove it now because they're like, well, anybody's fingerprints could be in there. Whoever's ridden in could have a plausible explanation, I
want to play. Can I play? So I'm going to play these clips because I have subtitles, and a part of it is about the towel guy, and then it's a part where they ask about. They don't say the name, but they ask about her at the house if they're going to question her. Which I don't know. Is it the girlfriend or is it Murda? We don't know who lives there. I don't know if it was.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to have to jump out. I just want to say thank you for letting me come up and let me be a part of this. It was really fun. Anytime you have the other ones, I'll be here. You want me to, so appreciate
you're going to leave. Okay. Hopefully you
had
fun, right?
I got to jump off too, but I'm going to be watching and listening.
Oh, okay.
But I have to. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Trust me, Anthony, I get it.
No,
but I feel like, did I just say something that bored everybody though? Was it
No.
Yeah,
me?
it was so horrible, dude. I
No,
was
it's
like, you know
me.
what, man, I'm gonna have to
It's
go
me.
sit
I'm
off
pretty
my
boring.
Yeah,
I
I
just
was like,
changed
you
the
know what?
subject.
Interesting.
Well, sometimes I like to see
Yeah.
what the chat, and I could see they were wanting to talk about Savannah again, but
No, you're good. I just got some
I'm gonna
editing.
I'm gonna
It's
jump
hard.
off for a little bit, but I'll be back in like maybe 20 minutes.
okay, all right.
Brian,
Thanks for
it's all
coming,
you.
and Anthony, thanks for running
I'll
it.
see you later,
That
guys.
worked out good.
I got you. Anytime you need me, I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm just editing a video at the same time that you're gonna love.
Oh, cool.
It's gonna be funny. You guys are
Yeah.
gonna like it. All right, guys. Peace
All
out.
right. All right. Bye. Bye, Jay. All right, Brian, or Crime and Justice. Are you leaving too, or are you staying?
Nope, I'm staying. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so I want to play this little clips of these press conferences here. Well, you know what? Why don't I do both? Why don't I play? I want to finish the one for the first two, and then I'll play the other one. They're not that long. I just think it's interesting now, like after knowing things, to go back and watch, knowing that they know certain things, and hear how they're saying it. Before they could tell us stuff. Am I making sense?
Some people need to rewatch stuff.
Yes. Yes, sir. All right, Zeke left me though. Wait, where did Brittany go?
She left, I think, too.
But I didn't even say bye to her. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna finish this.
It was described as boyfriends.
Did the family call in about the car?
Yes, family did.
Do you know how long
They were alerted that the car was here, and they phoned it in.
And that was around 4 o'clock?
I don't know exactly what time it came in.
Do you know how long they may have been here for?
We're thinking possibly for 3 or 4 days.
So who exactly found the car?
I don't know exactly who found it, but the parents were alerted by someone or the family was alerted by someone who came across the vehicle.
Chief, we know that the clear alert obviously went out in Leon Valley, but there have been questions on why SAPD did not issue their own alert. Were you ever alerted to any idea that this could be within your jurisdiction?
I believe we became aware of it, but this originating in Leon Valley, that's why it came out from there, the alert, clear alert.
Was there ever any indication that SAPD should have put out a clear alert of their own?
No.
So are y'all leading this investigation to the death? Is Leon Valley still involved in the investigation?
No, we are. If there's any information that Leon Valley has, our detectives will work with Leon Valley on that. But the case is an SAPD case right now.
What can you say to the Soto and the Guerra family who are here today?
What can I say to them? Exactly what I just told you.
He gets such an attitude. And there's another time where somebody asks him a question. He's like, how is that going to help? I kind of almost like his attitude a little bit. There's parts of it where it's like, I kind of like it. I'll show you.
What makes this complex that you said?
Pardon?
What makes this a complex?
I don't want to go into details about that, but again, I will repeat that it appears to be a very complex crime scene, very perplexing crime scene.
And who lives here?
One more question, guys.
Was the FBI ever involved in this investigation, or is anybody else going to be involved with the complexity of it?
No, not unless we reach out to them, but no.
Chief, did any of them live here, or why were they here? Do you know?
Any what?
Do you know why they were here?
No, I don't.
Thank y'all.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
On the 26th at about 4 o'clock, SAPD was called to assist Leon Valley PD at 5903 Danny K. Leon Valley was requesting assistance. Families of both victims were at the location and reported to Leon Valley PD that earlier in the day, they received information that the missing gray Kia Optima was at the Danny K address. When police arrived, they discovered 2 people in the Kia. EMS was called to the scene, and they pronounced both victims at the scene. It appeared that the vehicle had been located at that location for several days. The medical examiner had identified 22-year-old Matthew as one of the deceased victims in the vehicle, and he died from a gunshot wound to the head. The manner of that death is still pending. The second deceased victim has not yet been officially identified by the medical examiner. However, I think we can be confident that that second victim was Savanah.
So right there, that tells me it's because it was probably because the gunshot made her unrecognizable in the face is what I'm guessing, and his didn't. Aren't you getting that, Brian? Where they were able to identify him but not her?
So they probably used two different guns then. That's how it sounds like.
Or if it's because the contact to Matthew was like more of a cleaner shot, and maybe for Savanah, maybe it was like in the front of her face, or the way she got shot, it did more damage to her face, maybe because it wasn't contact. Do you think? Because I feel like a contact gunshot, depending on where, it possibly could be a cleaner shot than like if you're a few feet away or feet away and you get a shot. I feel like it could do more damage to, like, don't you think?
It depends what kind of gun.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It probably does depend on guns and as far as what that'll do to you. But, because, when a gun fires and then how, doesn't it like explode or whatever, for the contact, I feel like it would be like, it would have the exit wound and it would just be like a clean shot for like hers. Yeah. I don't want to get into the details, but I could see how. But what does that mean now, Brian? I can't figure this out. I have two different scenarios where either I could see how if it's planned, he gets right into the car, puts it up to his head, shoots Matt, and then Savanah, is already sees that he shoots her, so it's like not as of a clean shot as Matt. Or it could be the opposite. He freaking shoots Savanah, but not like gets in and not a contact, shoots her, and then Matt just freezes and he's able to put it to his head. But I'm leaning more towards I think he killed Matt first. I think it was just like right away, like he killed, or what do you think?
I'm not sure.
And then maybe Savanah
the person died instantly?
Yeah, I think they both did. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was planned, I could see he gets right into the car, puts the gun to his head, shoots him. And then Savanah is probably trying to fight more. And that's maybe why it wasn't, maybe it was in her face. I don't know. And it just wasn't as clean, and I hate using that word, but I don't know how else to describe what I'm saying. And the fact that they were able to identify him, but they couldn't hurt right away. But yeah, let's continue here.
When we talk about the manner of death has not been determined, the manner meaning, was it a suicide or was it a murder? So that's what the ME has yet to officially put out.
So there's a possibility that this could be a murder-suicide.
I don't mean like fight. I mean, like, oh, her boyfriend just got shot. So her maybe like not her moving and trying to, dodge it or push it away because she knows it's coming. My point is that Matt maybe didn't see it coming. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if he just put it right to his head and Matt maybe didn't see it coming, Savanah saw it coming. I don't think she got up and was fighting him. I don't mean that at all. Because I think she died right there where she was sitting.
I would try to crash the car.
Yeah, but see, that's why I think it was just, they were parked because if Matt was driving and gets shot, it would have wrecked probably. I think they were driving. Or I think they were parked. I'm sorry.
It would have killed everybody.
Yeah. Or the car would have been wrecked, at least. Depending on, how fast they were going, it could have killed everybody. But, so that would mean, okay, wait. So if Brienne was right, then if they met up before, that would mean then if he meets up. Wait a second, though. Brienne, you were saying that you don't think that it was at his house because the whole fact of not wanting the drug dealer to know where he lived or something. But if he was picking him up anyway, like how did Christopher get to the car then? I guess he could have walked somewhere, but I don't know. I think unless if he did pick him up and they drove somewhere, but why do that? Why not just do it right there in the driveway? The drug deal, I mean, I guess he could have walked up the street or on the side of the road somewhere close and met him, but I don't know.
That possibility exists, but right now we don't believe so unless we get information from the ME that would change our current course.
You don't believe so, and I wonder the callousness of all this. What is your message to the person or persons who may have committed this?
You know, somebody asked me that the other night, and I don't know what value that adds to this interview, what message I would put out. I mean, clearly, it was a heinous act.
That right there, like, it's an attitude because he's like, what value does that? And I agree. Sometimes reporters ask like questions, is like, what? Who? Like, no, that's
don't
a
make
stupid
no sense.
question. Yeah, and he like calls him out, or he'll like get an attitude while answering. But it almost makes sense sometimes because it's like, why are you even asking that? Don't waste the time. Like, we want the important questions. You know what I'm saying?
It was, you know, unspeakable, the tragedy of it. I mean, what message would I give to those folks? I mean, I don't see what the value of that question is. But anyway.
And just to clarify, you were treating this as a homicide for both people?
It is a capital murder investigation.
For both victims?
Yes, right now, unless we get information that changes that.
Chief, you said the ME said that for Matthew Guerra it was a gunshot wound to the head, but when we called them, they said it's a contact gunshot wound. What does that mean?
It means that it was there. When we talk about the manner of death has not been determined, the manner meaning, was it a suicide or was it a murder?
So, do you think he's actually putting it where Matthew was shot or no? Where he says there. Do you think he's just showing contact or is he showing the spot that he was killed?
I think he's showing the spot.
So on the side of the temple.
Hmm.
The right, well, it would be his right side. So I wonder, Yeah, here, I'll rewind it. Wait, Mr. Firefly, what was it that you were trying to point out? That where he goes like this there? Yeah, I think it happened in the driveway. Here's a question. Just because her phone pinged at 12:50 or 11:50 doesn't mean that they weren't there minutes before that, right? That doesn't mean that's exactly when they got there, right? They could have got there 5 minutes before it pinged, right, Ryan? Or no? So it could have been, maybe it didn't all happen in 9 minutes. Maybe it 15 minutes, 20, because just because it pinged at 11:50 doesn't mean that they weren't there a few minutes before that. Right, guys?
Correct.
What is chat saying? Oh, some people are saying that he's just showing that it was to the skin. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's what I was hoping to get your guys' input. It could go either way, that he was showing the exact spot or he was just showing like that it's on this, like right on the skin.
You shoot somebody in the ear, they're not actually gonna die.
Well, I don't think the whole gunshot behind the right ear, that never came from the cops, I don't think, right? Didn't that come from family? I don't know if we know for sure. I don't know. On the affidavit, it just says here to the head. But here he pointed to the temple, but I don't know if necessarily. I wonder where that right ear, if the family really did get that from law enforcement, because obviously some of the stuff that they were saying is probably true, but some of it isn't. So I wonder if that one is true. I don't know, Ryan. This is a tough one. And I'm afraid we're never gonna have answers, but I am so freaking curious if what this was about. You know what I'm saying? And did Christopher bring that gun? Was it planned? Was it about drugs? Was it about money? Did he rob him? Did he have intentions before? Or did something happen where something went bad? Or was it like, okay, I'm gonna.
If he had intentions, he ambushed them. That was his thing.
I think you're right. Oh, Matt's brother says it. Okay.
So that's what the ME has yet to officially put out.
I do see, I believe he is handing something to the driver of the pickup truck. Do we know anything about that?
I mean, that's what we're looking at.
Right
And
here. Oh
detectives right
shit!
now are
Gosh
looking
darn
at
it! I hit the wrong there. Right there, where she says that. This isn't the. This isn't the very latest press conference. This was the one before they arrested him. I think he's misunderstanding her when she's talking about. I think she's talking about the towel guy handing him something to the driver of the truck. I think she's talking about the towel guy. I think he thinks she's talking about Raymond handing something to Christopher or whatever that whole ordeal is. And so he answers it because part of me thinks that they weren't even aware of the towel guy right then. I hope I'm wrong because that would be pretty lazy though, investigating, right? All right, let me try to get.
I do see, I believe he is handing something to the driver of the pickup truck. Do we know anything about that?
I mean, that's what we're looking at. What we believe right now, it was something to wipe the side of the car down with. We can't be 100% certain of that, but that's what we're studying in this video, and that's what we believe right now.
Do you all believe that they were shot, the killings happened somewhere else, and they drove the car and dumped it in the parking lot?
Again, I don't want to get into the deep.
Yeah, the link is pinned, Martha. Do I have any mods in chat right now? Because maybe mods, can you periodically tell the chat that, hey, if you guys want to join panel, the link is pinned in the description if she wants to join.
Details other than what I've talked about here today. So the answer to that question would be yes. But other than that, again, I'm not going to answer questions that are outside of what I just talked about.
And then one other question. The day of the crime scene, you called it perplexing. Now you've learned a couple more details. Can you go into why you use that word?
Because it was unknown at the time. I mean, we had been there not very long at all, and it was undetermined at that time whether we were going to be looking at it as a murder-suicide or as a capital murder investigation. So I think we've kind of gotten past that point right now, unless we get evidence that would lead us to believe otherwise, but I think we're past that point right now.
So the more pieces of evidence that we did collect. This is the one where I have the subtitles here.
One of the key pieces of evidence that we did collect at the scene was Savanah's cell phone. That was handed over to our technology team, who was able to download some information on there. With the assistance of the U.S. Secret Service, we were able to get enough information, and so that information was given to our detectives today. With that information, the detectives were able to find a possible location of where the suspect vehicle that was released on that surveillance camera, the surveillance video, possible location where that suspect vehicle might be. They made that location, and sure enough, the vehicle was there. They did a little bit of surveillance on the video or on the vehicle, and then were able to determine which house it belonged to. They went up, knocked on the door. The first gentleman, the first individual, the father answered the door. He knew why the police were there. Was cooperated fully with the investigation. We're right here to headquarters, and our detectives were able to start interviewing both the son and the father. Again, they were both at the home. They were both brought down here, and the interrogations began. Through interrogating the individuals, our detectives had enough. Based on what they said, there was enough information there to get a warrant signed by a judge tonight. Again, to charge Christopher with capital murder and Ramon with abuse of a corpse. Again, there will be more charges.
Here, I'll fast forward it to the two parts I wanted to. Hold on one second, Martha. I just want to play a couple parts and then I want to chat with you. So I want to play this, or 2:15. Hold on. Oh, I guess we were watching. So the location. Okay, so remember we were discussing the whole location and stuff. So listen to what he says.
Can you say where exactly they killed him?
I don't have exactly location. We just know that they were killed at a different location and then taken to the apartment complex to dispose of the vehicle and the body.
So are you all done looking for suspects at this point?
Yeah, we don't have any other suspects that we're looking for.
Last question, guys.
Oh wait, it cut out. Oh no, here it is. Here it is.
Christopher killed them and then moved their bodies to the car?
Correct. Well, I mean, I don't know if you moved them into the vehicle. The vehicle with the bodies in was driven to that apartment complex. It didn't happen at that apartment complex.
So that one, remember that one person? Of course, he said it. They said it, but that's not what he says. Correct, and he corrects himself. He's not saying that it wasn't in the car. Do you agree now? Does everybody pretty much agree that he's not saying that, right? Hey, Martha. Sorry. Oh, stop this. Martha?
Hi, can you hear
Hey,
me?
how are you? Good, yeah.
Oh, good.
How
I'm
are
so
you?
sorry. This
No,
is my very first time using this, so you guys bear with me, okay?
Yeah, no, you're doing good. So you're a local, like local
am.
as in
Like down the street.
Oh, whoa. From who? From which one? You live down the
From
street from?
all of them. It's all
Oh,
relative. It's all basically connected. So I've lived here. This is in the northwest side of town.
wow.
And
Okay.
the street where they were found, it's called Danny K. However, that street, so those apartments, let me take it back. Those apartments, back when Hurricane Katrina happened and all of those people were displaced from, New Orleans, a lot of them moved into those apartments. Ever since then, those apartments have been known for like very high crime. There's, murders, there's drugs, there's rapes. There's a corner store in the same basically like parking lot as the apartments. So they have I just drove by the other day and I did see cameras at that corner store. Anyways, Danny K is just like a long street. If you continue going on Danny K, it turns into their neighborhood, but there's different ways to get to their neighborhood. All the streets back there are named after like baseball players. And so when you go from Danny K, you take your first left, and it winds all the way down to Chan, their street, and their house is on a corner lot. So when you are driving by, it's all a back street again. They're all back streets that lead you to their house. Their house is a corner lot. Like I mentioned, I drove by there the other day, and the car already was spray painted. There was like Uber Eats. I don't understand that part. I don't know why people are doing that, but they're like deliveries at their door that are just sitting there.
What?
Yes, like there was a McDonald's bag, there was a Chick-fil-A bag. I don't know. It was different types of restaurants that are just sitting there at the door. I don't know why people are doing that. Yes. And then at the corner of their house, there's a stop sign. And on that stop sign, those candles that we saw people were making
Yeah.
like for the family? Yeah, there's 2 of those, and then there had some balloons. And then they have their trash cans, like there's 4 of them. And it looks like somebody got them with like with a BB gun or something. There was like small yellow. Yeah. So, but anyways, this is my theory. So if you continue going down their street, there's an elementary at like maybe a minute away
Wait,
from
you
their
see
house.
that I have the maps up, right? Or no? Because I was trying. Okay. So hold on, let me go back. You said an elementary school on Charlie Chan still, or on Danny
I don't know
K?
if it's on, no, it's on Charlie Chan towards on that street. It's because they all turn into different streets, but no, it's off of Charlie Chan. Danny K, we already passed up Danny K. So this neighborhood is called Leon Valley.
Okay.
Their police department is like very, very like strict. Like nobody likes to drive past Leon Valley. You stay out of Leon Valley because their cops are on every single corner. It's a lot of old retired like military people. This is a quiet neighborhood. Like the price range is like 300,000, which here in San Antonio, that's up there. There's nothing really ever going on in those houses. And aside from those apartments on Danny K, there's a lot of townhomes. and apartments on Danny K, but they're all like very crime ridden. So if you don't have to drive on Danny K, do not drive on Danny K. You see all kinds of crazy people on the street at all times. So yes.
So you said there's why are you thinking something happened at the elementary school? Is that why you
No.
said that? Oh.
Well, what I think, it's just that I heard earlier somebody say that maybe they met up at a school. I personally don't think it's a smart idea. Like if I'm a drug dealer, I know that schools have cameras everywhere. So why would I want my car to be on camera, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know the names exactly, but that if you turn at the elementary school street, it leads you to the street where they lived on. I can't remember. Evers. I believe their street is Evers. And then it takes you take a left and it takes you to their apartments. So from their apartments to this boy's house, it's maybe like a 4 or 5 minute drive at the most. So in my mind, when I heard that they left the candle on, they left their phones because they were just thinking they were going to go down the street.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
It was literally down the street. So something else that we have heard. So the killer, or what's his name? I'm sorry.
Christopher?
Yeah, Christopher. I should probably call him by his name. He graduated last year from the same high school my son goes to now.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Breezy, for joining. Thank you so much. All the members tonight, you guys are awesome. Go ahead, though. He graduated. Wait, say that again. Your son? Is that what you said?
He graduated from the same high school my son goes to, which is Marshall High School.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're all like here. We're all in the vicinity. And it is known that Matt was known for what they call like hitting a lick. He would pull up to you and, you know, you were going to buy him something off of him. He would grab the money and he'd take off. He was known for doing this. It's just, you know, I don't know if it's true or not, but this is what they say here in town. So
that's dangerous.
Very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. And what I personally think happened is, you know, nowadays, apparently, you know, the dealers sell online and then the buyers just get on that one little app and ask, you know, you can find somebody in your vicinity and buy stuff from them. So I think that he got the call, or they got like the business, Savanah and Matt. They Googled, or she Googled the address and probably told him, hey, babe, it's down the street. Let's go real quick. And Christopher, when you pull up to their house, like you can literally keep on rolling. You don't have to pull into any street, into Christopher's house. So I personally feel that Savanah and Matt pulled up to the side street right there. So their car was probably facing, like headed back towards Danny K at this point. I feel like the boy goes up to Matt's window. Matt probably takes a look at him, and, you know, looks could be deceiving. Probably takes a look at him and says, man, this is like easy money. Gets his money, not counting that the boy, you know, had a gun on him. The boy reacts quickly, puts the gun to his head, shoots. And then I feel like, you know, all of this happens in seconds.
Wait, hold on, back up though. When you were saying that he does something, you're saying that he would take their money and not give them the drugs?
Right.
Oh, but why? Looked like he was doing good. I mean, does he need to do that? Why was he doing that?
Well, that leaves you with more
To keep
product.
what?
Right.
No, I know that, but
Yeah,
you're
that's
risking like
exactly it.
you're not going to be able to resell. Nobody's going to. Your word on the street is don't buy from him. You're gonna. Chances are you could get shot. You're gonna get shot. You're gonna be hated. You're gonna lose future business though.
Yeah.
That is stupid.
I
mean,
That's why I'd rather
they
go to
do it
my
all the
Absolutely,
time.
but
Dude, that's
in the streets,
That's why I'd rather buy it from the
absolutely,
the dispensary.
absolutely.
Yep. Because
No,
this
but he was
happens
selling all
the
kinds
time.
of stuff though. That's dangerous. So, dude. So then maybe. So you're saying maybe he was gonna rip him off.
maybe, I don't know if he had the intention on doing it, but maybe when he pulled up and he saw this boy that doesn't look like, he would hurt a fly, he probably didn't feel intimidated and decided to keep the money and was like, all right, get out of here. And the boy had the gun, put it to his head, acted rapidly, shot him, and he's like in shock. Savanah probably starts freaking out, and he goes around to her side of the car as she's leaning to attend to Matthew, and probably that's how he ends up shooting her in the back of the head or on the side of the head. He panics, runs inside, tells his dad, Dad, this just happened. I'm assuming he tried to tell the dad, he tried to rob me. And so that's why I feel that the dad was so confident when he was walking out, and he's like, y'all only know one side of the story. Because in his mind, his son told him, Dad, he tried to rob me or something.
That's what I've been saying. That's what yes, that he thinks he believes his son. I think he believes his son. Yes.
He absolutely does.
But the thing is, when you're doing criminal activity, they're gonna hit you with the book.
Oh yes, of course. And that's why when I see people say, well, if that was the case, why didn't he just call the cops and tell them, look, this is what happened? At the end of the day, it was criminal activity going on while this happened.
Yeah.
So then dad comes outside. He probably gets mad out, realizes that the car seat's in the back. They put it on Savanah. He drags Matt out. Matt was a really tall guy. So I can see how they probably dragged him, and he has those drag marks. Then they drag the dad. They just happen to live down the street from one of the ugliest apartment complexes. So we live on the northwest side of town. The northwest side of San Antonio is the medical center. This is a nice side of town. This is not like the south side or the west side or even the east side of San Antonio. This is supposed to be like the nice side of town.
Wait, right here. What about those apartments? Are those apartments in a bad area or no?
No. So
why did that comment? You saw that comment where there said something like, it was like, how did they word it? But basically it was like, it was like horrible apartment, like horrible area. So I was like,
those look
I
like
didn't
projects like in New York.
Oh, really? I was thinking it didn't look like it was that bad. So you're saying it isn't a bad area?
It's here in the northwest side. The street itself, Danny K, since Hurricane Katrina, yes, it has since turned into a terrible, terrible street that you don't want to, drive by if you don't have to. But it's still the medical center, which is what San Antonio is known for. One of the things is literally around the corner from Danny K. So
Drew, real quick, Drew, you just come back, but you just have to show me your face real quick because of what do I call those people? Exposers or whatever. They end up ruining troll. Yeah, but what they do is they show stuff inappropriate. So if you want to come back and show me your face and stuff, you could come back. But I was waiting, but you never did. So, but you're more than welcome. Come on. Okay, go ahead. But wait. Can I just say something real quick, Martha?
Sure.
Are you sure? I think that it would be more chance that he pulled in the driveway, because do it right out here with this like nobody saw these houses. Like if they were parked right here, that would be.
Keep in mind that neighborhood is really dark at nighttime, and also there's a lot of older people that live there. So it's a super quiet neighborhood. And from the way that I saw their driveway, I would assume that, so it's the red truck and then Christopher's car, and then on the other side of the driveway was the dad's truck. I don't know if there's a mom or a stepmom that drives a car, but I would think that the driveway would be full of cars in order for him to pull in. I feel like it was on the side right there because it's quick. You just, all you have to do is drive away.
Oh, you mean right here? I thought you were saying right there. But what? I mean, you don't think that they just pulled in the driveway?
Well, their driveway is full of cars. There's the brother's car, which is a red car, which is not shown here. And then behind the red car, there's Christopher's car, which is the one that they put baby killer on. And then
But was the brother's car there at the time?
Oh, I don't know. It was there. It's been there since.
Drew, show me your face.
I mean, since I've driven by twice, and yeah, that truck does not move. But again, I really don't know. I'm just going by what, we've heard here in the city, and I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of context as far as like the geographical area. It's all together, like it's all connected. Their apartment, this house, and the apartments they were found at. Like it's all like you can drive it in 5 minutes. It's really not far away at all.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a possibility. I just keep thinking that he did it right in the drive. They pulled into the driveway. But now that you're telling me that Matt's known for doing, what did you say that was called?
It's called hitting a lick.
So yeah, maybe it did. Maybe it was something like that. But then Christopher had to act quick, like so
Yep.
he had to be carrying.
Right.
But if Matt's gonna do that, I mean, Matt is prepared too. Matt's got to have a gun too, right? If he's planning on doing that.
I honestly think that Matt looked at him like, man, this guy isn't about anything. Like, he's insignificant. Like, I feel that's what kind of gave Matt. I don't think he intended on going there to do that. I don't know. But I feel like once he saw Christopher, right? Because what was all of our reactions when we first saw Christopher? Oh my God, he has a baby face. And oh my God, this guy doesn't even look like, he would do something like this. So maybe Matt had the same thought. Like, man, he's not going to do anything. This is easy money for me. I'm getting my money. I'll block him on that one app. What was the name of that app?
Telegram?
Yeah, I'll block him on Telegram and on to the next customer. He doesn't do that to every customer, right? Because then he wouldn't have money. But the targets, why not?
And he picked the wrong customer.
Right. Right. Yes, because we never know, right? Like, looks are deceiving. But
So this is okay. So this is the same girl that's getting out. So do you think that's a girlfriend or Murda? Because that's the same person that on the thing that's the same person that's here. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the videos that Carlos was taking of that girl. That whoever was probably the girl that they took in for questioning. If I'm just trying to figure out if it's that Murda or if it's like a girlfriend. That's all.
I don't know. I don't know anything about the family besides when all of this happened, I thought to myself, okay, this happened in Leon Valley. There's literally, I just have to drive like 2 streets north and I am in Leon Valley from my house. So and these are all young kids, we're still young. So I'm thinking to myself, they had to I initially thought that Matthew and Savanah went to Marshall because where they were living is Marshall District, which is the high school I'm talking about that he graduated from. But no, apparently they went, I don't know how long they have been living on this side of town, but they both attended high schools like in the bad side of town, not in the best side of town. So I don't know when they moved to this side of town. I really don't.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Drew, show me your face so I could add you.
I'm surprised Ashley's not here.
I know, Ashley, why aren't you comment? Can I play this one part of the video that I wanted to play before the part where he asks about the girl living there? I want to play that real quick. Is that all right? I haven't got to play any of this yet. So I want to play. It's at 4:30. 1 second, guys. I want to do a poll on it of who you guys think that they're talking about here.
Involvement is understood, if that is the case at all.
We saw videos of police activity on the house of the Preciados where you take the mom. Are you questioning her?
I'm going to leave that question unanswered.
So he said the house of the Preciados, are you questioning her? So I don't know. One more thing.
Chief, can you help clear something up on the surveillance video? We've had a lot of people reach out. It appears as if someone tosses the towel to Ramon Preciado
Yeah.
before he wipes down the
Yeah.
door on the sedan. Is that how it played out? What can you tell us about that small part of the scene?
Yeah, that's something we're still looking into. It's something that's been brought up in conversation about this, so we're still looking into that.
So that could potentially be a third suspect or someone that was there while the bodies were dropped off at the apartment.
As the investigation continues, it could be. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it is possible.
If someone was there, if there was a second person in that truck, could they be charged with the same altering of a corpse or, essentially moving the bodies? Is that how the charge works?
They could be, but I mean, that's something that would be determined once the level of that person's involvement is understood, if that is the case at all.
We saw videos of police activity in the house of the Preciados where you take the mom. Are you questioning her?
I'm going to leave that question unanswered.
So yeah, don't know. I have a feeling they're not gonna charge the towel person for some reason, but what do you?
It's hard to prove.
No, how is it? Oh, it's hard to prove who it is, I guess, but it's not hard to prove there was somebody there because the towel. I mean, it's pretty clear on the camera, but then to prove who it is, I guess. But I don't know if it would be that hard. You think it would be hard?
A grand jury won't indict.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Jay?
Hard to say. I mean, from the, are we talking about who we think they're holding for interrogation, or who we think the towel person is?
If he's saying it would be hard to charge the towel person, and I don't think it would be for some reason because we see him on video clear as day. But I mean, it might be hard to prove who it is, but I guess
because if you show this in front of a grand jury, they're gonna come back, and usually grand juries do they have to be unanimous? Yes, right?
Yeah, typically.
All grand jury,
yes.
They're not gonna come back and say they're gonna indict someone.
And what do you make out of this being open?
I
go
think
ahead.
about it this way, right? Like the Delphi case, and I think we're all pretty unanimous that Richard Allen was the bridge guy. I mean, at least I think we are. But again, there was some mystery to that as well. Probably when it first came out, there was a lot of discussion about that. So if there is a suspect that is linked to this case that isn't Christopher Ramon, and it's very possible that it could be that initial suspect, but there's also different people they're probably investigating as well.
Yeah. What about do you think there's something to this like a truck hood thing being open, or is that just irrelevant? See how it's open? Do you think that played any part in anything?
The bodies.
So you think that they were not killed in the car then, and then they moved?
Yeah.
Really? Where do you think they were killed at then?
I really don't know, but my first instinct says that the bodies were in that truck at some point because they rolled up with it open.
Yeah, they gotta do blue light to see. They're gonna use blue light to see if there's blood in the truck.
Spanish Afro. Okay, so I have Happy Melancholinist. Do you want to show me your face? And Spanish Afro, I guess I could do it, but what I'm going to have to do, okay, you're good, Spanish, or Hap. What I have to do is when you come up, I'm going to have to just put this full screen and block everybody out until I make sure. Because I just don't want it to chance I've had to take down so many streams because of that. It sucks.
She don't want to get her channel.
I'm going to hop off, guys, okay? Thank you so much.
Oh, Martha. Okay.
I don't have any more insight. That was just my feedback.
Okay, you could.
But I'll be listening.
Okay, you could stay up and chat if you want. But thank you for coming up. And
thank you.
Maybe email me because I want to. Maybe if I could get your contact information, because maybe I might need you for something, like to go drive somewhere. Or
yeah,
something.
I was gonna tell you maybe I can Like, just do a video of from their apartments to the house to the apartments they were found. You'll see how it's all related. Like, it's all the back streets. It's all there.
Yeah, and also I might even like if I could come, if I think of something like, oh, I wish I could see what this looks
Sure.
like or whatever. So will you email me mods? Do I have any mods in chat right now? Yeah, Patty. Okay, I do. Can you put my email in chat and then Martha? That'd be awesome. So at least I have your contact information.
Sounds good.
So
Okay, cool.
I'll
Thank
do
you
that.
for coming
You guys
up.
have a good night. Bye bye.
You
You
too.
too.
You too.
Thank you.
So I just
Happy
saw a
birthday.
comment
Yeah.
that I thought was interesting. It was by Jenny. She says, I don't think an honest drug dealer exists. Why does everyone question if Matthew could do that? Of course he would do that. And
Oh, he could, but I'd just be stupid
Yeah.
to do it that much because that's your reputation and you get killed. You're going to
Yeah.
get killed. You're messing with people that could kill you. Plus, you want future buyers. You know what I'm saying? Word on the street,
Yeah,
don't buy from him.
absolutely.
And then you're going to be scared to buy from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I have to kind of disagree with Jenny because in the entire world, yes, there's probably honest drug dealers. Like I know a couple that they refuse to sell on the streets and they only sell to close friends, right? But in the United States, maybe not. I don't know.
I started buying marijuana off the streets once it became medical and they started selling it in the dispensary recreational as well. Because you never know if it has other stuff in there like fentanyl and stuff like that.
That's like, see, like maybe not ripping you off or not making it away or like that kind of stuff. But like to just like take your money and run. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's freaking like you're gonna mess with the wrong person. You're gonna get killed, dude. Wonder how often he would do that if that's even true. Oh man, dude. And we heard he's gotten shot at more than once. Maybe that's why they say. But I could see him getting shot at more than once just because he is a drug dealer that has a lot of money in cash because people were trying to rob him, So I don't know.
He should have put that in a safe or something.
Well, regardless, he's still going to get shot at because, you're a drug dealer on the street. People think you have money.
Yeah, it's true. It'll happen. What's up, Happy Melancholinist?
I'm sorry, I'm like really late, but have you guys talked about the timeline? Like,
yeah, at the beginning we were talking about
okay.
it, but we could talk about it again because I haven't figured that out yet.
Have you? So what I was from what I understand, like from the time she pulled up in the driveway, until everything happened and the car was parked behind the apartments was like 9 minutes. Is that where you're at with it?
Oh wait, say that again. Sorry. What? Say that 9 minutes from what? From when?
From when they pulled up in his driveway, for them to pull up in his driveway, him to shoot him, his dad to react, them to drag dude's body from, I guess, the front seat or wherever, put it in the back seat of the car and drive to the apartments where they were caught on video camera took 9 minutes.
But I have a question. I was just asking this earlier. Do we know for sure that 11:50 timestamp is when they first got there? What if they were already there a few minutes? Just because it pinged then, they could have been there a few minutes before that. We don't necessarily know that it did it exactly when they got there, right?
Right. That's
so
true.
maybe they were there a few more minutes.
How many towers are around that area?
How many what are?
Solar towers.
I'm going to look at that. That's a good idea. Thank you for joining, beautiful mess. Thank you.
Because if there's multiple towers, there's usually about 3 to 4 towers. So usually you have to see how many towers is it.
Well, they probably, you know what? They probably have the information, but in the affidavit, they just want to show that they're proving that they were there. So they might already know that, If
you got different towers pinging different times.
So 11:50. Yeah, I don't know if it would be. So, I mean, I think so. Happy Melancholy. I think it is possible though, even if it did. Let's say it did ping right when they got there, because it only takes like a minute to shoot somebody, right? I think it's possible. I mean, it'll be a tough. I mean, he would have to been planned. I feel like like a planned thing. Shoot him, hurry up, run in, or call his dad and be like, "You got to meet me." But Brienne brought up a pretty interesting theory. Or do you have a theory that you want to share about it?
Well,
I was
yeah, I was just gonna say that. I mean, I think that it had to be planned, like the dad had to be in on it, and then begs the question, okay, why would the dad be in on a murder of somebody? And then, I have a theory about that, but I also was gonna say something else I had been wanting to say for a while is that everybody talks about not hearing gunshots. Like, there you could have used a silencer, right?
How the hell they got a sound so that? Okay.
I've seen a lot of guns with silent. I used to live a very different kind of lifestyle, and I've seen a lot of guns that have silencers. I mean,
when you
just
buy
here.
when you just buy them.
No. This is like well, I mean, you can buy a silencer, or you could at one point, but no, I've seen them on guns, and then when you shoot them, you don't hear. I mean, it's very light. You wouldn't hear it unless you were in the vehicle. And I'm trying to figure out how he was able to shoot both of them by himself unless he had something like a silencer, because if one of them heard the gunshot in the car, the other one's going to run. And let's say Matthew did run, and that's why there's drag marks on his back. But how did he shoot them both in the same spot, like behind the ear, which is what was said on the press conference in the beginning? I mean, I don't see somebody running away from you and you being so good that you get them in the exact same spot that you got the other person. Unless they both had no idea it was coming, and the only way that could have happened is if one didn't hear it when the other one got shot first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still think that though. Are people sure that they didn't? Because sometimes you think it's backfire, you think it's fireworks, or maybe they did hear it, but you know what I'm saying? Maybe there was gunshot. Who's saying that there wasn't? Do they know for sure?
No. People were just saying that they didn't hear it. That guy, Carlos, was just saying, that he didn't hear it in the area. And we don't know that he was shot in front of Chris's house. I was just saying that maybe that's an explanation for why nobody in the area heard it at that specific time or knew that that was what happened. But I'm more along the lines of, like, how did you shoot one person in the car and the other one not react? I mean, even if you're sitting beside somebody and you hear a gunshot, you're going to move. You're not going to shoot the person in the same. I mean, it would be a different entry point. You would move, you would get up, you would try to run or something. And I don't think he's good enough to get them both in the same spot if somebody reacted. But which was behind the ear.
I'm used to hearing gunshots every day.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of gunshots in that area. So if they're just used to it, they might not have recalled that, but maybe it did. Maybe they did. Maybe they were sleeping, or you know what I'm saying? Or maybe they did and they just didn't realize it was that day. I don't know.
Because where I live at, the Bronx is not safe, so there's gunshots every day.
So you wouldn't even really know, right?
Well, that makes me think about what the other girl was saying, is that it's a lot of retired military people, and so they're on watch 24/7. At least that's how it is in Canada, right? A lot of retired military people, they have security cameras everywhere.
Okay.
And there's a whole neighborhood watch, and it's a quiet neighborhood, like she said. And so I would assume if it was around
Drew.
the area, then
sorry, I wanted to tell him. You're good. You could stop the video, Drew. I'll add you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I wanted to tell him because he was
if it's a retired military neighborhood, they're going to have all sorts of people keeping an eye out, right? That's just how those people are,
Yeah. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I'm chatting. I'm trying to. Are we sure that's them? Okay. So let me add Drew and then Mo. I had shared that text about the person that was pretending they didn't know Matthew was dead. How do we know that's really Christopher, guys? How are we figuring that out? Mo, can you help me out? Because you said. I don't understand how we're knowing that that's for sure Christopher chatting with that person. but I could share it again. And then Drew, hi Drew. Sorry, I got so much going on.
And we also
Hello,
look at
Savvy.
the
How
phone
are
towers,
you?
right?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay.
All right.
Busy, but how are you?
Sorry I kept bothering you, but I got something to say if y'all don't mind.
No, go ahead.
All right. If you go back to his house, can you go back to showing us his house if you don't mind?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can you zoom in to where the garage is, please?
Oh wait, hold on. Let me go over here. Or
They have cameras, okay?
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
There's a
At least
camera
I
right
saw
there.
that. Yeah. They have
Okay.
2 cameras. There was one that somebody found. I think there's one that looks like right here. Look. I think it's over there. I think there's
Yes.
2.
And then right next door, the neighbors
Look.
have
Oh,
cameras
that's a
also.
light. That's a light. Hold on. There was another camera that somebody had pointed out. But go ahead. What'd you say? The neighbors? Oh,
The
yeah, the
neighbors.
neighbors.
There's a camera right there,
Look.
Zabby, right there. Look at the
Yeah.
garage, okay?
Yeah.
Now, all along that route, there's cameras, okay? From here, from Charlie Chan all the way to the store, there's cameras and the main points, where they're turning and everything. There's gonna be cameras, people.
Yeah. I bet you the Preciados got rid of their videos, or at least they tried to. They had 5 days to get rid of stuff. But the neighbors will have them. I hope that they went to these neighbors, all of them, and at least the
All around,
ones.
all that
Yeah.
route, there's cameras along the houses. I mean, I did my research. I looked, I even went there, okay? I went there that night. It was quiet. There was cars passing around. There was nobody at the house. The house was quiet. Um, it's a dangerous place, people. There's a lot of things, a lot of people involved.
So you're local too.
I come to San Antonio every now and then. I know about San Antonio, and what I don't get is because why is San Antonio SAPD involved? If Leon Valley, that's their jurisdiction. There's no way that SAPD should be involved in Leon Valley's affairs.
Is Leon
Does
Valley a
state
small town?
police?
Yes, it's a small town, like it's a little small town, and there's no reason for SAPD to be involved in anything that Leon Valley is doing.
Yeah, but if doesn't state police deal with bigger charges, or is that just they keep to their own little jurisdictions?
Leon Valley is evil. The police department is evil. Okay. One time I got in a fight out there in Leon Valley, and the SAPD was called, but they said they couldn't do nothing because they're not involved. That's another county. Leon Valley has its own police department. So the thing had to go to the Leon Police Department. So I don't see why SAPD is even involved.
I don't know. That's interesting. And then the fact that they said they had the Secret Service, like looking into things.
Exactly.
Remember that?
Like, is they a member of like Donald Trump, like Biden's family or something?
I
I'm
know.
saying this. Okay, I got another thing. What was I gonna say? I apologize.
No, all right.
Let me think. I'll let y'all talk, and then I gotta think. I was gonna say something important.
Do you think
my
that?
question. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go ahead.
My question,
Oh.
like, do state police deal with all the overarching crimes and just delegate them to the specific zones, or is it town by town?
Only somebody in Texas could answer that question.
I guess so.
Because where I live at, from my experience in New York State, it works what you just said.
Which way?
But this was
where they delegate.
Okay, so the state police in New York have an overarching power, but they just set out the dogs on specific towns to sniff it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But usually, if it's like a murder or if it gets a lot of publicity, they bring in other departments. From what I've seen, like as
Like
far
the
as
New York
that's what I was asking.
The New York Bureau Investigation.
Right.
Like the FBI, but like the in New York.
So, are you guys asking me something? Sorry, I was just reading chat here. We have somebody at it's not showing me who removed those, huh? Go ahead. What you guys could chat? What were you guys saying?
So do you think that this was planned, and if so, do you think the dad like was in on it?
I
I
totally
might have
think it was
missed that.
planned. I absolutely think it was planned, because you don't within the time frame that the murder was committed and they dropped the bodies off, there's absolutely I don't think it was just a spur of the moment thing. It's too quick and it's too convenient, in my opinion.
Right. So why do you think it was planned? What do you think the ultimate, like the end game
Like
was?
the motive?
Right.
Well, if Matt was, as the other girl said, hitting a lick, then maybe they were doing drug deals before, and this Christopher would just had it with him and wanted to just put him out, right?
Yeah. Do you think that dad though would be involved in like, I mean, because that's kind of like, I mean, okay,
Again,
if my kid,
it's like if your kid got into some trouble and like shot someone and he called you up, he's like, hey, I'm in some serious trouble. Depends on what kind of dad, right? And if Ramon's like that kind of dad will help his son in any particular situation, I could see that happening, right?
But they say if you shoot someone, like if you're not doing anything legal, if you shoot someone, you're supposed to call 911. Just don't tell them any details.
Yeah.
Tell them you
sure.
shot someone, and so you just shot someone in self-defense. That's it.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that if Christopher shot them and was premeditated about it and then called his dad,
yeah,
right, being like, oh my god, I just shot someone, like I can see a kid like that going, oh, I'm gonna end this guy's life, and then he does it and he's like, oh shit, or sorry, oh crap, and just like instant regret, right?
I'm sorry, guys. I was just looking at chat for something about something. Somebody I feel like there's a bunch of comments getting removed, and I'm not seeing what's wrong with the comments, and it's starting to make me a little bit upset. Because I'm a very open thing. I want people to be able to chat, and I don't know why all these comments
are being rude. That's why they're getting removed.
Yeah, but every comment I've looked at, it was not a removable comment. So you guys be careful who you're removing, because these comments I'm looking at is definitely not a removable comment. So I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, even if they're, you know what I'm saying? They have to be really bad for you to want to remove them. I like everybody to be able to feel comfortable. And if they're having a bad day, maybe they are being a little, but it's still fine. People have bad days, but oh well.
You gotta talk to your mods like that too. You gotta let your mods know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say, but I hate.
You can't always be managing your chat.
Sorry, guys. I just missed everything you guys were talking about because I was trying to look into that. So what were you guys saying?
Well, we're just talking about whether or not it was premeditated, and I do think it was premeditated, and that
that's why he's being charged with capital murder.
I think there's a good chance it was premeditated too. But
how do you prove it?
It's like, for what? Yeah, what was the thing? Was he trying to get the money? Was he trying to get the drugs? Because obviously Matt's not going to carry around all of his money or drugs. If he was a smart drug dealer, he'd just carry around what he needs for that deal. So what are you really going to get? You're going to get...
I said this a little bit ago, but if you've been wronged by someone like Matt possibly did, like steal it, like just taking money and booking it, then there's a good chance if you try to do it again, same person's gonna roll up on you with a gun and try to take you out, right?
Yeah, if that's the case, yeah, I could see that.
Your chances
Something
of
like that.
the chances of dying increases.
Mm-hmm.
So every time you sell drugs, they said a drug dealer after 5 years, your chances of dying increases.
Yeah, I can see that.
They said after 5 years you should leave. Like stop
No,
selling.
you shouldn't deal drugs on the street to begin with.
No, but if you are,
yeah.
Oh, I wanted to actually read a couple parts of this article that's kind of interesting about what their dad. Hold on one second, guys. The dad was saying. Let me bring it up. Hey Mo, I know Mo. I shared that last live, and the Reddit. It was the Reddit post. But my question is how do we know that that's Christopher? Let me show you guys, because he's in chat talking about this in the private chat.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
But I don't know how we know for sure it's really Christopher. We looked at it the other day, and it's like, how do we know that that's him? Here, hold on. Give me 1 minute. I'll show you what they're talking about. I'm not convinced because this right here, how do we know that this is him? Unless if the person that is sharing this is the other person and he's saying this is him. But how do we trust, you know what I'm saying? How do we trust? So many people have lied in this case. I don't know if, Jay, you probably don't realize this, but there's been so much false information going around, people lying, people spreading around false information. Oh, they were tied up, tortured. It was just like all this crazy stuff. So this person is saying this is Chris. Right here, you can see. Tried acting like he ain't know. WTF, rest in peace, Matt. This goes to show you ain't gonna be all to do something. But this is what it says. It says, has that Flacco guy, so Flacco is Matthew. That's what he goes by on the Telegram. So has that Flacco guy hit you up for some reason? For some reason, he unfollowed me. He hasn't hit me back. And supposedly this person... Oh, no, that would be Chris. So that's who supposedly is Chris. Somebody says, who send the account? And he says, it's weird. He always is about his money. He always responds quick as ASF. And this person said, he died, bro. You ain't hear about it? And allegedly Chris says, WTF, ? And he says, no, I ain't hear about it. I hate to ask, but do you know? Says, nah, I ain't know how, bro. And then there's a couple videos. But how do we know this is really Christopher? There's
not a lot to go off of.
Yeah. Just because somebody's saying that? I need more confirmation.
If it were me in an investigative position, I would leave that on the back burner and just move on to something else, right?
Yeah, no, I know. But sometimes I have people like, here, I sent you it. So I just at least wanted to show.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm trying to get across, right? I just watched Greeno's video on interviewing an FBI agent, and she talks about social media influence in crime, right? There's good and bad to it, but one of the bad things is that if you share stuff on social media that is false, it can blow up really quickly and actually hurt the case, because then jurors get involved and they see that and it just gets dismissed, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. It definitely could hurt, but
it's interesting.
It's crazy. You can't stop it in this community, and it really sucks. I hate that it's like that, but it's That's why when I share like the Facebook, I'm like, take it with a grain of salt. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you could get really good information from stuff, but you don't know. You just have to decide. So I'll put it out there. You guys decide what you want to believe, because some of it's crap and some of it you dig through, and some might actually be some really good, interesting information. So,
and you know what? I believe you. You seem very honest and, you know, objective about it. But some people will say, you know, you're adding to the problem, and that's just taking, you know, stepping into other people's shoes, right? But yeah, it's a very tough situation because you want to cover as much as possible, but also you don't want to add to all the misinformation, right?
yeah, no, I know, but it's true. But here's the thing, though, with these cases, a lot of times they don't tell us crap. So we are left to like try to figure it out. So even with Delphi, how many years later we had to, it was a mistake.
7?
Like that whole, what's it called? That memorandum, the Frank's memorandum. That's the only reason we know the information we know. I mean, they wouldn't tell us crap for almost 7 years.
Yeah.
And
In New York, it's not like that. They'll tell you everything.
But all these theories, so we have speculation and all these theories because we don't know nothing. And I know it's the integrity of the case, but how did that work 7 years? How did that work for you there, Carroll County? They screwed up. I don't think they should have freaking gave us more, because we had a video, we had audio. They should have helped more. They should have been more honest about things, because we could have helped them. You know what I'm saying? We could have helped them way before 7 years, but instead they released, first let's just release a tiny, like a screenshot. Then let's just release a little bit of audio. Then let's release a second of the video and a little more audio. It's like, just freaking
what's going on, guys? Why are we just releasing bits? Yeah. I find it weird too. And I can't really think of any explanation for that either. If it's out there and it's legitimate video evidence with audio and video, then why try to hide anything related to that, right? Unless it'll put people at risk, right?
No, 100% if that happened. But I feel like with that, they could have gave us all of that right away. They didn't have to release that in pieces. I mean, if they're going to give it to us anyway.
Did they get that right away?
Yeah, they had the video, Libby's video the whole time. Yeah. For them to give us the screenshot, they had it. So why did they release it in pieces? And I still think that they could have told us a little bit more to help find the person, but no. And then the whole sketch and the way they're like, it's a mixture of this and this, and they're like two totally different guys. It's
why are you if you're going to release information, you got to be confident about it, right?
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, you're not releasing the information that we know about already.
Yeah, no, I know. It's crazy. That case got really screwed up, in my opinion, because of them. Like it could have been solved way earlier. And when you were saying earlier, not everybody is in agreement that Bridge Guy is Richard Allen, by the way.
Oh, no, really?
No, yeah.
I was going to ask you, do you think that he's going to go down for that, Richard Allen? Do you think he's guilty?
I don't know. I don't even, that's a whole nother video.
Yeah.
But we could definitely do a live on that sometime, because that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Like I don't know enough about the case to say whether or not, but he does look like the guy in the video, and
he does look like him, but
right. But there might be, another person out there that looks even more like that jacket guy.
Yeah, maybe.
Or Bridge Guy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, I wanted to show you this. So I know we listened to this before, but now we haven't listened to it after the arrest. So remember the guy that was by the apartments, and he's like talking about the family being there. He's like throwing out times, and I'm trying to figure out what day he's talking about. So what day? So Savanah was supposed to be induced on, what day was that? Hold on.
I think it was the Friday, the 22nd.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to get the date. Is it? Yeah, the 22nd. So she was supposed to be, right? Is everybody in agreement? It was a Friday, right? So let me play this video. Maybe you guys could help me figure out something on this, because and you might be like, oh my God, you're dumb, it's this. But I don't know. Remember that guy that was at the apartment? All right, hold on 1 second. Trying to find it here. I have it ready. Okay, right here. So let's listen to some of the stuff he says here. Where, dude, I just shared it. Where the heck did it go? Do I have too many people here? Hold on, let me try it again. It's not letting me. Huh. That's weird. It's not letting me share my video. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Here we go.
Where is missing San Antonio pregnant woman Savanah Soto and her baby daddy? Nobody can find them. Savanah is 41 weeks pregnant and was supposed to have her labor induced. Our Hood News peep, Albert Flores, drove from Houston to go help search for her, so he's spending his Christmas helping. He's made contact with her family and some of his family as well, and the search is on.
Hit her or something, and then he's just holding out till she's supposed to.
I'll shoot a video real quick of this door. So,
You can tell that somebody's already in there.
yeah, they've been in there. So, it was an update, Christmas, from me talking to the family on Saturday. And I'm getting a better timeline. They're saying about 8 o'clock they were, 11 o'clock they were last seen here. And
what day is he talking about there? Because that would make sense. 11 o'clock. If they got over to Christopher's like after 11, but didn't they think that they disappeared the 22nd though?
Go ahead and play the video again.
Okay.
I kind of missed a little bit of it.
So he's saying they were last seen at around 11 o'clock. Okay.
Right.
What day are they talking about there? I'll play it again here.
Hmm.
And all the articles, the news articles that were all saying 2 o'clock on the 22nd, they were last seen at the apartments. We know that's not true because they died the night before. So that was wrong information getting passed around. I think it started from the family. They thought something. I don't know where they thought they saw her. But this sparked my interest because he says 11, and that makes sense because of the time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So if it is 11 on the 21st now, I don't at 11 at p.m. But okay, I'll play it again here. If not, then who the heck saw him at 11 a different day? That's
better
a lie.
timeline. They're saying about 8 o'clock they were, 11 o'clock they were last seen here, and between. I think the family, the mother and them came here around a little bit afterwards, and at 1 o'clock they locked the door to the apartment. When they were there, there was guns and there was money and there was weed in the apartment.
So he's there with the family. That looks like, right? The girls, Savannah's family, right? He says when they were there, guns, weed.
How does he know this though?
Because he's talking to the family. The family went in the house that night.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He could, yeah, it could be false. But if he is talking to the family, they would have been in there. But
yeah,
the cops said there was no gun and money when the cops went in, right? Because we know the dad broke in.
Well, did they say?
The rumor is that when the dad busted the door down, that's a fact. He busted the door down. The rumor is that he took the guns and money and stuff and drugs. But we weren't sure. We're like, where did that come from? Was there really like drugs, money laying out or not? So I just thought, no, I know Sadie's mama, but we were trying to figure out if that was where the confirmation was because we've been hearing a lot of rumors. So I'm just trying to piece it together. So he's saying he's with her. I think he's with her family, right? Yeah, Matt's dad. Yeah, I know. So But here's the thing. If they thought they disappeared the 22nd, if she was supposed to be induced, wasn't it at what time? 6? At first I thought it was 6 in the morning, and then it was looking like it was 6 in the evening. When was she, Melancholis, when was it? Was it 6 in the evening she was supposed to be induced, right?
Yeah, it was 6 at night because the mom had started calling at like 11 o'clock in the morning and then called at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then was like kind of like really getting worried when she couldn't get up with her during the day. And then at 6 o'clock that night, I think was when they went over, or between 2 and 6 is what I think.
Okay. So when they said they were last seen at 11, maybe that's right. 11 the night before.
Maybe we should ask Anthony. Maybe he has some info on this.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody, I mean, I don't think we're just trying to figure it out. I don't know if anybody knows for sure, but,
and it's worth a shot, in my opinion.
Hold on, I'm trying to think here.
He's pretty inside that case.
But I just wonder why. Okay, if he's saying 11, and then the family was saying 2, the 22nd. So that's why I'm just trying to piece together the timeline and stuff.
From what is being brought to light, is it allegedly, and we'll just say allegedly, right? His father, Matthew's father, came, and I'm fixing to get the ring camera footage, but that was heard that the door was kicked down. The door was kicked in 3 times. It also was confirmed by the police because here at this complex, there's a San Leon police officer that stays right next to the Valencia apartments, which is that's a different complex on the back of us.
I will.
So the white truck is a Leon Valley police officer. So the timeline is 11 o'clock they were seen. 11, 12 o'clock, the mother and them came. They locked the door. At 1 o'clock, assuming, well, you know, they might have went and got them a place or went to do something because they were going to have a baby that evening. And didn't think much of it. They locked the door behind them.
Wait, was it Saturday? Because they do say Saturday. That's why I was asking what the date, because I thought it was a Saturday. Because they keep saying Saturday. Hold on a second. Let me look at that post. Somebody said look at the mom's post. But then these timelines aren't making sense what the family's saying. I'm just trying to figure out, when did they go over then? They didn't go over until Saturday?
Okay,
Doctors are open on Saturdays?
Is there an echo?
Hmm?
I just heard an echo. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought I was echoing. Okay, so, no, I'm just trying to figure out when they were last seen. Like, who last seen them? Was it the neighbors that saw them at 11 on the 21st that night? That would be pretty accurate. We heard that there was a big argument that night, too. Is that true, or was that days before? Because now I'm hearing that might have been days before there was a big argument. And then the candle is still burning when? That's fine. Wait, what do you mean, JMW? I'm not saying anything bad about the families. Now, when I say the wrong information, I'm saying they didn't lie on purpose. I'm saying because we take the family sometimes as facts when they're just trying to figure it out like us. And we think that you know what I'm saying? That they must know more. I specifically said I don't think they were lying. At no time do I think that they were lying on purpose.
No.
I think they were just like us, trying to figure it out, hearing different things and trying to piece it together. And we're taking what they're saying as facts when it's not. That's all.
Well, yeah,
it's not their fault. It's our fault.
It's complicated, really. Losing your loved ones, you're grieving and obviously stressed out, right? And so you're definitely going to want to know who it is, and you're not always going to be nothing against the family, right? My mom's stepdad was shot and murdered, and she wanted to know who the heck shot him. She was grieving. She's been grieving for the past 20 years because they never have found out who shot him.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that.
But I mean, if I put myself in her shoes, yeah, I wouldn't know where to start, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no right way, or it's always going to be a thing. But
also, us being a little more disconnected, and myself more so, I can kind of step outside of that and be like, okay, what's the most logical answer, right?
yeah. So a lot of times it is the most logical, but so it is Saturday. It's Saturday that she was being induced. So it's the 23rd. So, and the fact that they thought that they went missing the 22nd. So it's false report. I mean, it's just people having the wrong information when they said we last saw them at 11. Maybe they got their days mixed up and it was 11 the 21st. And they thought it was the 22nd maybe that they saw them. Because, people's memory is not the bad. You know what I'm saying? It's just natural. Like if you ask, well, okay, last Thursday, what were you doing? You know what I'm saying? You're not going to remember. It's like you try, but you could get the days mixed up and stuff. So, I don't know, guys. Oh, we could finish watching now. Let's see if he says anything else interesting.
And then between the next time that the police came, which was a 5-hour span, so that would put the timeline between 1 and 6.
In the morning?
And by the time the police got in there, it was 7 o'clock. Saying that the father came and kicked the door in and took the money, took the weed and the guns from inside. So this is just unraveling now. I have the family members here. I got other family members on the way that are going to come do a search, and this is her family on her side. Still here trying to find stuff out, and there's some stuff unraveling. I just got off the phone with the father. Had one of the police guys on not the investigator, but he had the police on the phone following a clear alert or something like that. So
I'm not trying to figure out what time they died. I know what time they died. I was just trying to figure out, because we've been getting like different reports on last time they were seen, and I was just trying to figure out when they said last seen, the neighbors, if they were, that was at 11 that night. I know it was 11, like right before midnight on the 21st is when they think it happened, which we all thought it was the next day, because if you look at all the news reports, Jay, I don't know if you saw it, all the news reports says Savanah last seen at 2 o'clock, December 22nd at these apartments. Who's saying that? Like false. I mean,
well, yeah, that could have been an initial report given to the police, and then, the news has to cover it. And the police are like, okay, we'll give you this. It's not necessarily something else might develop, but if that's what comes to mind first, right?
But I just wonder, where did it come from?
Nobody,
nobody, they must have got the day mixed up probably, right?
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I'm guessing. And then there's this right here that, hold on one second, guys. We talked about this, but this is that thing where he says that we don't know if maybe Christopher took so Matthew always wore his gold bracelet and ring, and his family would be aware of what he was wearing because they would have got the body and had the service, so they would know, right? So he says this. Sorry, it'll start.
All I'm gonna say is if I see anybody with my brother's jewelry on, it's on site.
So I'm wondering if Christopher took the jewelry off, you think?
Could be. Could also be just that guy looking for identifiers on people.
So the night that they died is the night before. Like he was supposed to re-up the next day, right?
That's
Okay,
another
so
weird thing. Yes. Go ahead.
my theory is and has been that Christopher and his dad were the plug, and
Good.
they were going to meet them, and like they had already stole something or something had happened. They were snitching or they stole something or something. And he was like, I'm going to give you one more chance. Just come and you can pick this stuff up and you can move it. And then Christopher shot him. And that explains why the dad I mean, because like, okay, I've got children. And if my kid called me and was like, look, I just messed up real bad. And let's say I did respond and was like, okay, I'll come and help you. I got to get up out of bed. I got to throw something on. I probably got to pee. I got to jump in the truck. Like it's going to take you a minute at least. And I just don't think that they did all like from the time, got shot and all of that into 3 blocks away without him already knowing. I don't see it, but you know, and again, this is just a theory. I'm probably 100% wrong about it. I'm just, you know, speaking. But I think that he was the plug, and I think that it's bigger than even Christopher and his dad.
Well, here's a
Yeah,
question.
look right here. Look at this though. This was hours before his death. 12:21. This is when he posted this at 7:14 p.m. And he says, faves in tomorrow, placeholder. This is the one you're talking about. But that was at 7:14. So it was like 4 hours before he met. He says tomorrow, which could be later that night, I guess. But here's the thing. I feel like he was dealing so many different drugs that we saw in his in Telegram. So that doesn't mean that he was completely out of everything. Maybe he had certain things, but he was out of one. You know what I'm saying? He was out of certain things, but he had other things, you know? But it could have been his plug too.
Well, if that's the case, you know, why would you shoot the person you're wheeling and dealing with, right? That's your source of income directly. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
What would be they shot him?
Sorry, okay. So my theory on that.
Yeah.
It's freaking froze.
Okay, so my theory on that is that, okay, if Christopher and his dad were the plug, they're getting it from somebody else. So what if that somebody else, maybe they knew that Matt was snitching, or Christopher and his dad went to him and was like, you know, he owes me money. I don't have it right now, but I need more dope so that I can move it to get the money back that was stolen from me. And they were like, no, you're just going to go ahead and handle that situation, or I'm going to handle you. And they were like, okay. And that explains why they were like, you don't understand the situation, or his dad was like, you don't know the whole story. Or it could be, you know, that he thinks it was a self-defense situation. But if I just lost my train of thought, but
I do
you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. No, I do that too much.
So I got a question. Do we think that Christopher and Ramon could have possibly been growing?
Maybe. I mean, I guess they'll probably find that out. If he was growing, they'll be able to find that out. But
is marijuana
that's
legal in Texas?
possible.
Probably not. But
do we still think it was just marijuana? I mean, like,
not. Probably not. Well,
missed an appointment. Yeah, on the 20. Baby and Deuce would be on the 20. Wait, look. Oh no. Never mind. 26 is where they were found. Duh. That's stupid. Let me read a few parts of these articles that I thought was kind of interesting.
Because I know here you can grow up to 6 plants in your home apartment.
Yeah, in Colorado it was 6. When I lived there, it was 6 too. But
there gotta be 3 mature and 3 immature.
So this says the father told NBC or CBS News that he hopes officials seek the death penalty. To me, there is no other option that would be considered justice if we didn't go for the death penalty. So District Attorney Joe said on Thursday that it is too soon to know if his office will pursue the death penalty, but Gonzalez did say that the teen could face an additional capital murder. And then it says that he was able to visit the couple's apartment on Thursday, the pair had already decorated a nursery for the baby, including hanging ultrasound photos by the crib.
That is so sad.
I know.
That
I
is.
came across Fabian's gloves, and it brought back talks me and Matt had about different sports he was going to be in. So, this one hurts, Guerra said. I wish I could have seen him in the father stage of his life. Soto's brother Jordan told the station that nothing is going to fix the heartaches that he and his family are having to go through. Soto's death echoes an early tragedy. Corona said his younger brother, 15-year-old Ethan, was murdered in May 2022. The thing I tell myself is that my little brother, he needed them more, and she needed my little brother more, Corona said. That's all she'd talk about, how she wanted Ethan to witness her be a mom. Wow. Yeah, it says, so Chris said that Matt pointed the gun at him, but it's inconsistent with, the evidence. And then her mom says she believed her daughter was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And then this has some interesting things, I feel like. Oh, shoot. I did the wrong one, guys. Okay. So there we go. So pervasive sense of isolation. Oh, wait, right here. More than a dozen Facebook groups were created to help catch the killer. Countless people have posted videos on TikTok, YouTube, disseminating their own observations, theories, angles on what might have happened. And then pervasive sense of isolation. I don't know. I mean, I wanted to read this, but I feel like I don't want to bore you guys while I have the panel, but it's a really interesting article.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So pervasive sense of isolation. We have seen a growth of communities organized around crime, said Schmidt, also an English professor at the University of Buffalo. There's been a significant increase in what's called internet sleuthing. I think the motivation for that comes from several things. First, I think people have a natural curiosity about stories like this. Most people who get involved in these online communities have the best intentions. They want to help. I think what people are also looking for is a sense of connection with other people, a sense of belonging to a group that has a common purpose. The rise of these groups also tells us something about this pervasive sense of isolation. The Savanah Soto case live case updates, a group has climbed to more than 24,000 members. Dude, one of the groups has like 160 some thousand now. Anyway, Dr. Max Wachtel is a forensic psychologist who graduated from Trinity University. He says self-assigned digital detectives can either help or hinder an investigation. Social media, a double-edged sword. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, said Dr. Wachtel. Police love getting tips from the public. They get a lot of leads that way, but in most cases, we end up getting in the way of investigators. In the case of Soto and Guerra killings, there are examples of both. When police released surveillance video of the suspects, for instance, people zeroed in on what they believed was a third person inside the truck seen in the footage. On Friday, San Antonio Police Chief William McManus confirmed investigators are looking into the possibility of a third person involved in the capital murder case. Before police made the double arrest, though, many shared names and photos of people online, accusing them of killing Soto and Guerra. Investigators later said they had been ruled out as suspects early on. Yeah, but here's the thing. Investigators didn't. It was other creators just saying that. You know what I'm saying? We never heard from them. Like, if they would have came out and said, oh, they're cleared. But when you hear them from other people, like, how do we know what to believe?
Mm-hmm.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. We never heard it actually from them. Did you guys hear law enforcement actually say it?
Nope.
No.
Not yet, at least.
The internet has blown up with people sending tips, said SAPD Sergeant Washington Muskoska. There was a lot of misinformation out there. I mean, I agree. This case.
Well, this site has misinformation.
They all were. Yeah, that's the thing. Even the local things. They were like going by what the family was saying, and some of it wasn't right. I'm guilty of it too. I mean, we all were trying to make sense out of it, and we were listening to the family, we were listening to friends, we were trying to like get as much information as we can. So yeah, but there have been cases in the past where people have been incorrectly identified as suspects and have had their lives ruined. No matter how well-intentioned people are, it's a phenomenon that definitely has disadvantages. And then information void can lead to conspiracies. So true. Law enforcement will often withhold information to protect an investigation. However, research from Brown University shows an information void can lead to conspiracies. It's human nature to fill in the gaps when we have a lack of information, said Dr. Wachtel. That tends to lead to a lot of misidentifications, and it puts those people in real danger. It's very easy to find people's addresses and phone numbers on the internet. All of a sudden, people become targets of an entire community. Not all cases receive the same response. Wachtel says crime involving women and children tend to attract more attention. Also, when people can relate to or empathize with the victim, they are more likely to become invested. More about the anxiety over violent crimes than the crimes themselves. The other thing that is going on here is that these groups tell us more about anxiety that people feel about violent crimes than the crimes themselves. I don't think many people realize that the number of violent crimes being committed in the U.S. has been steadily declining for a number of years. But the level of public anxiety about becoming a victim of crime has remained remarkably persistent. I didn't know they've been steadily declining. I don't know if I believe that.
I don't believe that either, because in the past 10 years, even myself not being in the States, I've heard steadily increasing reports of mass shootings, right?
Yes, yeah.
I talked about that in my episode. It's been, I do not believe that. I think that's a cover-up.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. Solving the case hasn't put an end to the comments. Oh, wait, hold on. Christopher is facing several charges, including capital murder. Meanwhile, his father, Ramon, is accused of helping conceal the bodies. Solving the case hasn't put an end to the comments. In fact, it's had the opposite effect. People are now digging into the suspects' backgrounds. The entire arrest affidavit, including the suspect's name, home address, was posted online. People also continue to share their opinions about the victim's decisions. With all these false accusations, everyone is trying to play detective. Soto's aunt, Valerie Mendoza, previously told Ken's 5. I've already removed myself from a lot of social media because of it. But, I mean, I feel like...
I don't know if I would trust that news network.
Well, I mean, that's a good local station for, that area. But, even we're all limited on the information. So they're doing the same thing. They're trying to listen to the family, putting it out into articles. And it was false. Like, I think they're the ones that published that she was last seen Tuesday, the 22nd. Not true, So we're all guilty of it in a way, but it's just like.
But you have to be reputable as a news station, right?
Yeah, you would think. Or
like Fox. It's their job.
But there's so many different timelines from so many like the family and the police and the news. Like they're all telling different timelines, so it's hard to tell which one is
it is.
Right.
I know. This case
Unless
is
you're
one of
using
those
forensics.
crazy ones. Yeah, that's just had so many different. Like people pretending to be people lying. Family, like I said, it wasn't intentional, but they were trying to figure out hearing wrong information just like us. So, and then the news is they did. Law enforcement wasn't telling the news anything. They wanted something to talk about, so they were going by what the family was telling them, and it wasn't right. And it was just their opinion, I should say. It's not purposely. I know that, but yeah. I feel like there's still a lot of unanswered questions that, who's the towel person and what was the motive? Like, what was the deal? What happened?
I think Greeno has a comment on that. On the motive in particular.
I don't see a comment.
It's in the StreamYard chat.
I don't know, a lot of freaking comments are getting removed. I don't know what is going on. And it won't tell me who. It's like the one was saying that I was doing it and I wasn't even doing it. I don't understand.
Just
Is somebody hacked into my computer or something? And it was no, because I went through and it was like that I removed this comment and I removed this comment. I'm like, I didn't remove any comments. I don't know. What did he say? I'm not seeing a comment, Jay. What did he say?
It's in the private chat. It says, I have one comment on the motive.
What is it?
That's all he said. So maybe he's trying to get into the live stream. I don't know.
Missing person flyer.
I just figured out the chat situation like in real time just now.
In real Wait, what do you mean?
I didn't know like you could look at the chat. Like because I'm on a phone, so I didn't know that like you could see
figure out how
everything.
to do it. Okay.
Yeah, like in real time. I'm so slow.
Somebody wants to know. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to keep up. I have like a lot of requests. So somebody said they wanted to know, or they wanted her missing person thing. I just saw it too. Hold on, give me 1 minute. And then I don't know about Anthony. I don't see a comment, but my thing is a mess. I don't even know. Hold on 1 second. I don't even see him in the chat at all. Like, I don't see any comment in chat.
It's like where you comment like when you're on the panel. That's where it's at. I think. If
Private
I'm not
chat.
I could be wrong.
Any comments? Oh, let's see.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So here is this that people, is this what people were looking for? Look, it's not even letting me add a screen. I think I have too many people back, or too much. I have too
You
many
had
things.
5 people before.
I can jump down because
here
I'm
we
done.
go. No, I got it. I found it. Sorry.
You have up to 10 people.
So this says December 22nd. Oh, I see, because it says when last seen. December 22nd, 2023. Or no, wait, I can't see what does it say? What is that word right before that? Hold on a second. It's like cut off. Let me try to screenshot it and see. I can't see what that says right there. Oh, I did the same thing. Can you guys tell what that says right before the December 22nd? Let me see if it lets me save it, and then I could. No, wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let me just. I don't know. My computer's all freaking messed up. I swear something is going on with it, I think. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, it just says since. So there you go. Everybody that was requesting that, this is it. So she's been missing since December 22nd, which it was right before midnight, the 22nd, or the 21st. So I could see. And then, like I said, there was a lot of the local stations saying 2 o'clock, but I think that, I don't know why the family was saying that, to be honest. I have no idea. Let me try to clear out some of the stuff I have back here. I think I have like a bunch of, I have all these stupid videos I got to remove from Studio. Here we go. Not stupid, but like it's clogging up my backstage. There we go. Okay. One more. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Are you guys interested in watching them? I got a couple clips from Matt's brother, his live, like I think it was either last night or the night before. I don't know. I just try to gather stuff that I haven't seen yet if you guys wanted to watch it, but see if he says anything interesting here.
Yeah, that sounds good.
some stuff on the side with the same font. So yeah, thank y'all. I really appreciate y'all. I knew y'all would like it. I just, cause it said it was a large, and I was just hoping that it wouldn't be extra like large. You know, I didn't like. I was hoping it wouldn't fit me like extra big. Is what I mean. But it fits great. It fits great, and I'm gonna wear this, and I'm gonna cherish this jacket for the rest of my life. And when this one messes up, if it messes up, I will get a new one. I'm always gonna have my brother around. And when I get him tatted on my arm this Sunday, I will post it as well. I miss my brother, dog.
Yeah, this is kind of sad though. I can't.
And I was so excited to finally be an uncle. I was so excited to finally be an uncle. Just to hold my baby nephew in my arms. I was so happy. I was so excited. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you're not a news reporter, the fuck off my live. Don't be asking me questions that I don't need to answer. This was my blood brother. This was my brother. We hadn't seen each other since October, since you want to know. But we would talk all the time. We would talk all the time. He could always come to me and talk to me. I would never judge him. And me as an older brother, I would always tell him to make better choices as a grown man. Because me, I've been through a lot. I've been through a lot of things myself. I'm not going to sit on live and tell y'all what I've been through, because then y'all are just going to judge me as a person when y'all don't know me at all. I've been through a lot of stuff, a lot of things in my life, you know, but I'm grateful and blessed to still be here. Thank the man up above. And, you know, bless you, babe. But yeah, man, I would always tell my brother, change is good. And my brother was changing. Everybody wants to judge my brother because of...
Listen to Zeke. Hold on. He's dreaming. Wait. He stopped. Okay. I just wanted you to hear. He's like, but it stopped. Sorry.
The charges he has, like I said, everybody makes mistakes. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. So everybody who wants to put in their input on my brother, Savanah, they want to, you know, think they know everything. Just stop, because y'all don't know nothing. Y'all only know what y'all see on the internet. Y'all only know what y'all see on the news. But y'all didn't know them personally. My brother loved Savanah. Savanah loved him so much. She loved him so much. And he always took care of her. Everything. He took care of her so much. It was just wrong place, wrong time. Wrong place, wrong time. My brother was excited to be a dad. My brother was so excited to be a father. But you know, now he's in heaven. Now he's in heaven with Savanah and baby Fabian, and they can all be together for all eternity.
Dude, I just realized what you guys were talking about with the chat. Like, you meant, like, in the private... Oh my god, it's just, I get too overwhelmed. I responded, but now I don't know. That means he was back here, if he was able to put it in there.
Yeah.
But I don't see him.
Maybe he left.
I mean, I think, but I tried to message him, but now he's not responding, but now I feel bad. Well, here's the thing. I had a bunch of videos back there. So yeah, there's only 4 people backstage, but when you add videos, they go to backstage. So my whole backstage was like crowded with a bunch of videos. I just removed some of them, but I didn't see him if he was back there. He had to have been back there if he was in the private chat. But oops, I'm sorry.
Well, he's probably watching right now, and He might be back in a couple minutes.
Oh no, I feel bad.
You're distracted. You can only focus on one thing at a time. You're doing that the best as you can.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear the beep. Usually it'll beep like when somebody's backstage or you add something. I didn't even hear a beep or anything either. But anyway, but thanks. Does anybody else want to come up on stage? I really don't have much else to add. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out the timeline myself.
It's confusing just because it's so short, right?
I know.
From what I can glean from most other cases, it's over a long period of time, and I mean, this instance is it just happened so fast from what we know, right? There may very well be some information that law enforcement is keeping from us, and that explains a lot of what we don't know. Maybe not all, but it's a possibility.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it probably will. What?
I'm gonna jump down because it's like 11:47 over here my time. So I gotta.
Oh, she's in the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina.
Oh,
but y'all
thank
have
you
a
for
good night.
coming up.
Yeah, thank you for letting me. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
All right, come back up sometime. I feel like I didn't even get let you talk, Happy Melancholis. Did you get to say what you wanted to say though?
Oh yeah, my theory was just on Christopher being the plug, and that would explain how they reacted so fast. Yeah, I went over that, so I'm good.
And the silencer, you thinking maybe it was a silencer?
Yeah, because everybody was trying to figure out like that Carlos guy that was bombed said he didn't hear gunshots. I still think that they were shot in Christopher's driveway, and there was some like stuff that went off, but like nobody found like 2 gunshots that went off or whatever. And like I said, I don't think that if he shot Savanah first, that Matthew's just gonna sit there and wait to get shot unless he didn't hear it or didn't realize what it was until it was too late. Which I mean, even that you got like a 2-second, maybe half a second time period to move your hand with a gun in it from behind her head to his head, but you still would like react and run, especially if you've been shot at before and you're about that life. But I don't know. That was just my thoughts.
You're saying you think who was shot first?
I think Savanah was shot first.
Oh, okay.
And then Matt.
I'm leaning more towards the other way for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, like if he was shot first, well, I mean,
then she reacted, and that's why I think it wasn't as clean of a shot, because I think she reacted. He just went right to his head, and then she reacted because she just saw that, and then that's why he didn't shoot her probably in the spot like he did. Wasn't able to get a contact shoot like he did Matt's maybe, but
okay.
But no, I mean I don't know. I mean I could see it the other way too. I could see him shooting Savanah first and then Matt just freezing because like what the heck happened, and then he, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a thought.
You're not gonna try to fight back.
But like if you have to be quick, and if you just freeze for a second, then all of a sudden if he's behind them, I think he's sitting behind them.
So
I think he got in the car.
There's 3 typical responses, and that's freeze, flight, or fight. And the freeze is one of the most common responses. And
yeah,
so
at least
it's
for
very
a second.
likely. I mean,
just
and that's all it
second
takes.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden you got a gun to your head and you can't.
Yep.
Rob, do you want me to add you because you're showing your face? Do you want me to? I'm going to add you. Do you want to stay on camera, Robbie? I feel bad. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Jay?
It's fine.
I keep interrupting people.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
All right, I'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good night.
Yes.
I'll be watching.
Thank you,
Bye.
Happy Melancholis. Come back for sure. Rob, I'm going to add you. Okay, good. Because I didn't know he had sitting there with his shirt off. Like, I don't want to make sure I'm not going to add you when you don't want me to add you. Because I've done, Jay, I've done this. Somebody's on the toilet one time, and I swear to God, and I haven't seen them since.
Because they were embarrassed.
They were. This was probably, it was during the Kylie case. This was
Do people
like
just
last
not
year.
have decency anymore?
Well, I don't.
Or are they all just a bunch of weirdos?
I don't remember. Rob, I don't know. I think Well, look, people freaking doing the one guy that pulled down his pants, and then I don't know. It's
So
just
why would somebody have their laptop in the bathroom?
I'm trying to remember who it was because I feel like I haven't seen her. It was a girl, and I feel like after that happened, she never came back. All right, Rob, I'm gonna add you, but I don't remember the details. Let me think about it, Brian. What's up, Robbie?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I feel like I haven't seen her. Oh, you gotta echo me, or you gotta mute me. Oh my god. All right, Rob, I'm gonna add. Oh, I need some sleep, I think. What's up, Robbie? You want to mute
not much.
YouTube? Wait, hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I just need to turn my.
Yeah, turn that off for a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just give me half a second. I just have to fix the volume on my phone.
So what's up? How you feeling? Can you hear me? I think you turned the volume too low on your phone. Oh my god.
Let me just telepathically connect to Robbie for a second. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, us baldies can do that, you know.
Yeah, you probably can. That's funny. Well, all right. We'll just chat and then he'll probably pop on. So, what else? I don't know. I don't really have much else to say. I was actually probably going to end it soon. I'm already going on 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm going to go sit with Zeke. Do you see Zeke? He's out. He's got his little
Is he in the corner there?
Yeah, he looks really he's black, and then you can see that red bow tie. That's
Yeah.
What kind of dog you got?
It's a Lhasa Poo. It's a poodle Lhasa Apso mix.
I have one too. Not like that, but I have a Morkie.
Okay.
What is that?
Yorkie Maltese.
Oh.
Hey, Texas Maid. Never work people, you know that. Hey, Candace, yeah. Kiwi so says, didn't you sell? Oh, yeah. No, you obviously don't know the story, so that's false information. But I never was able to
kind of know the
explain.
story, and I understand. It was for a good cause.
Yeah, but the way it was put out there is not the way it happened, and I was never able to tell my side because I got really bad advice, and it's just I don't even want to talk about it right now. But yeah, mods, can you get this? Yeah. Keep an eye on Kiwi because I think she's just trying to start trouble, but maybe not. Just remove that comment if you. I know you're scared now because I got on you guys, but those ones you could remove. You don't have to block her yet, but see if that's all she's going to do, because I got a lot of people that aren't even in true crime. They just come because it bypassed true crime, so people just come not even in the community, and they come just to cause trouble. So just keep your eye on her.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Robbie,
you made it.
Yeah, hey, what's up? Sorry about that.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, like what I was personally thinking after I had time to kind of rehash things is that Chris was behind Matt, who was in the passenger seat, shot him first, but then I was trying to figure out how would Chris move. Like, let's be honest, a woman that's pregnant, like, there's a lot of extra added weight, water weight, baby weight, and stuff. How would he move her?
He did.
To the driver's seat. They found her in the driver's seat, right?
No, passenger seat.
I thought they found her in the driver's seat because when there was photos of the car, it didn't look like anybody was in the passenger seat. That they found her in the driver's seat.
Well, you know what? Come to think of it, we never got that officially. We just heard that from like family, right? That was not even official, I don't think. Let me look at the affidavit because I always thought passenger. I never heard anybody say driver's seat, but
because they had that curtain in the driver's window.
No, I know they had it in the opposite, but
yeah, and they had a lot of clear photos of the passenger seat.
They did, but you saw me going over where you could see that headrest and stuff too. I know it confuses me that you can't see, but people were saying, well, she just probably slumped over the middle. I don't know, Robbie. I know you can't see her in it, but
yeah, I think they found her in the in the driver's seat.
But everybody was saying passenger. Let me see here. If it says it in the affidavit. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what it actually says here. Okay. So see, Raymond identify himself, Danny K. Well, no. I mean, no. Yeah, that would be stupid. Why would he have moved her to the driver's seat? Because we know he was driving her car. No, she had to be in the yeah, she had to be in the passenger seat, Robbie, because he drove her car. That would be. Why would he even do that? That's
and
stupid.
that's what I was thinking about, because just based on the photos I saw and the fact that they had clear photos of the passenger seat without anything over the windows.
I know it was weird that they covered up the other side, but
that's what makes me think that she was in the driver's seat.
I don't know.
And what I was thinking in regards to that is that he would have shot Chris, moved him to the back seat because he probably would have been a lot easier to move. And then he had her drive to a parking spot, then shoot her.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, I know it doesn't look like it, but I do think she must be slumped over, because I know you could see the headrest, but you could see the car seat right here. She has to be in there's no way they moved her. And I never heard anybody say she was in the driver's seat, though. So I think she was in the passenger.
Yeah, I'm just going off the photos I'm looking at. But I also think that brother's going to cause more issues in terms of the case, and it's probably worse.
What is?
I think the brother, just the way he's kind of going off, he's pretty much publicly made, his own little personal threats when he said a while back that one way or another justice will be served. Like, to me, I definitely think that could be taken as a threat towards people.
Well, no, but they already. What do you mean, though? They
before the arrest.
Him, though.
Yeah, before the arrests were made. And I just think the way he's kind of presenting himself, instead of letting law enforcement do what they have to do and stuff, I think he's possibly going to create more issues for the case than it's worth. I think his family just need to reel him back, say, hey, you know what? Let people do what they have to do, and just kind of keep him out of the picture.
He's going live on Facebook or TikTok or Instagram. I'm not sure which site, and saying all this stuff.
Yeah, he's a little bit unhinged, and I get it, but
he is, and I mean, kind of understandably, but still, the fact of the matter is, if you go on the internet and tell people justice is going to be served one way or another, what's your first thought that people are going to think? You're going to go out and kill someone?
100%.
Is that what's going to happen?
100%. That was my original thought too. Is that he's going to take justice into his own hands?
Yeah.
I know, guys, but I don't want to sit there and talk about I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's probably grieving. He probably is keeping him company. He's probably like, it's helping. You know what I'm saying? He's helping keep busy by going live. I feel like it could help, because when all of it settles and all this craziness over, that's when the real freaking hard time happens. When you're like stuck with like, oh my God, my brother's gone. Like, he's really not here. When all this settles down, just let him have,
Here's the thing, though, Zab, is that not everybody's like you, right? Not everybody's as understanding. And there are people out there who are probably looking out for him right now.
Yeah. And especially when he made the comments about, if I see anybody, it's my brother's jewelry or whatever, like, I understand the upset, the grieving, he's trying to vent, trying to heal in his own way, but you can't be saying that. It's like, you're almost putting a bullseye on yourself.
Yeah.
But this was before they caught him. So he's like, man, if I see somebody with my brother's jewelry, then
yeah. No, I totally understand where he's coming from too, right? If my brother was shot and murdered, I would be absolutely livid and want to go out there and find whoever did it and end their life, see how their family feels about it. But I'm not going to sit on the internet and say that outright.
Yeah.
Just do it.
See, they great there in that picture, but there's nobody in the passenger seat.
I mean, I know you could see the headrests clearly, but you could see the car seat that was supposedly on top of her. There's the baby car seat. So I think she must just be kind of like slumped over, and we just can't see her.
But yeah, I think she's 5'2", pregnant. How far is she
I
slumping?
know. We talked about this like, last week, where I was like, she wouldn't be able to slump too far because she's pregnant. But they convinced me that if she was maybe it's possible because there's no other option. You know what I'm saying? She's not. We don't see her in the driver's seat either, though. So
But
really,
see how you can see the metal post for the headrest on the passenger seat?
Yeah,
You
right
can't
here.
you can't see them in the driver's seat.
That's true.
That's why I was thinking that she's in the driver's seat. He had her drive the car somewhere, then shoot her. Because he wouldn't be able to move her to try to set up some sort of narrative.
Well, no, because we see him meeting up with his dad, and then that wouldn't make any sense because if that's her driving the car, then his dad was there before they killed her. No, I don't see that. There's no.
Think about how someone would actually pull her out of the car, right? It's a lot easier probably to drag them by their legs, right? But also you get into are they thinking straight? I don't know.
Yeah,
Robbie, I see what you're saying because we actually discussed this like last week or whenever it was about how like look, you could see that. I get what you're saying, but what's the chances? Okay, she has no drag marks. He does. They're going to try to move. Like, why would they even move her? So I think it's more probable that she just slumped over and we just can't see her than him moving her after. Why go through the trouble? You know what I'm saying? You're going to move a pregnant woman after for what purpose? Why does she have to be on the driver's side rather than the passenger side? That would make no sense, though, right?
That's a fair point, right?
Unless she was originally driving.
You think she was driving when they met the dad? Then that means the dad is a part of the murder.
When he went to they went to go initiate the deal.
Yeah, but we see him drive to meet his dad in the surveillance video, though.
No, what I mean, even before that, when they made arrangements to meet up with Chris,
yeah,
I think she was driving then.
Okay, but then what I'm saying is then he had to drive the car into the compartment complex, so why did you put her back in the driver's seat after?
But that's what I'm thinking, that he didn't drive. That's the thing that's confused me, is that I don't know if he did drive the car to the complex. Because if he shot her in the passenger seat, there'd still be some sort of drag marks of blood transferring from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. If she was in the driver's seat.
But that's what I'm saying. We know, okay, you're saying that this is her driving right now, then that means Ramon would have seen her. That would make no sense.
And that's the thing that I'm kind of stuck on too. But it's just kind of the whole thing and just the images that are being presented. And I get law enforcement obviously has more details and images than we do. But I think there's something that there's key things that we're missing out here that.
Well, we're missing a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah.
No, we know it's serendipity. That's what I'm trying to tell him. Like, so he's saying it doesn't make sense because you can't see him, and I get that, but I think it's more realistic to believe that she just is slumped over in a way that we can't see her. Because, look, that means, listen, Rob, that means, though, that if you're saying this is her driving, that means Ramon gets out and talks to her for a minute. That would make no sense. And then when do they shoot her? You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing, right? But he could be talking through the driver's seat to Chris, which I don't understand why that would happen either.
Savanah would still be alive, is what I'm saying. Then, so he
maybe he just said, "Hey, I shot Chris." Maybe he admitted, "Hey, I shot the boyfriend," and she was still alive, and he had her play off like everything was okay for the time being, and then after the car was parked, he shot her. Like, there's a whole lot of things that don't make sense here.
Yeah, but that don't make. I feel like I don't think that makes very much sense though.
But it's like, even in the passenger seat, you have to also think there's a center console with the gear shift and this and that and everything else there, which would prevent her from slumping over even more, which means he'd be more visible in the passenger seat.
Well, think about angle that the picture was taken. It's not necessarily that high off the ground, and that door frame can hide a lot.
Yeah, yeah, but it's not. It's also not like an SUV either, right? It's just like a. So, to me, the angle that the pictures are taken on, if she was in the passenger seat, which is presumed, with the center console being there, her being pregnant, and apparently a car seat being on top of her, like I just can't see her slumping out of vision if she's in the passenger seat.
I mean,
I could if
they
shoved her down in there, and I don't want to start any conspiracies, but that's just a thought at the top of my head, right?
That's a good point, Jay. Maybe they did kind of push her down so that she wasn't as noticeable. That is a good point, because they didn't want her to be found as I didn't even think about that. But Rob, I'm just saying, I go back and watch my live a few nights. I had the same questions. If she's pregnant, we should be able to see her, because how much can she be slumped over? But talking it out with everybody, yes, I realized that no, that's more probable that than the other. And now with Jay saying that, that makes the most sense. That maybe he was like, oh shoot, they're gonna see her, so he put the baby seat on her, the car seat, and kind of pulled her down a little bit so she wasn't that noticeable, right?
Yeah, and that's fair. But at the same time, I just don't think that Chris guy's strong enough to do that. He looks like the kid that was bullied on in school his whole life.
Well, adrenaline's a hell of a drug.
No, I'm misunderstanding you, Robbie. We're not saying that he moved her.
Yeah, but even
Jay brought up that no, if she's already gone, if he just all he would have to do is just kind of like pull her a little bit and push her over a little bit to. You're saying that you think he moved her from the driver's for the passenger. If he could do that, I think he could. I don't think he would worry about doing that, but I think he could kind of just like push her down a little bit so she isn't as noticeable to people, right?
Well, I don't know. Has it been released? Has she been known to carry a firearm?
I don't know. Well, her family says that she's nothing with drugs, can't stand them, but then. The cops said that she was dealing with them. They said in the press conference they both were through their phones. Yeah. So,
but how many people go to mom? Hey, mom, dad, guess what I'm doing? I'm selling drugs.
Well, drugs aside, but my perception of Texas as a state is that everybody owns guns. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I mean,
it's a concealed carry state. Yeah. But to me, if she doesn't carry a firearm. It'd make more sense for Chris, who was known to carry a firearm, according to his brother, to shoot him first in the passenger seat and then shoot her, who's unarmed, in the driver's seat.
Melissa, you're up on up. What do you have to say?
Okay. I can prove that you're wrong. She was not moved. Go to where the sheriff, where they arrested him. He said in that video they were in the car and they were already dead at that point of that video that we have, where we were thinking there was a third person and all this that handed him the towel. That surveillance video, the cop said when they were arrested, flat out, he said, and I almost quote this, we believe they were already dead at the point of this interaction. If you go look at it, she is in that passenger seat. The medic was trying to check on her in that passenger seat. That baby seat was put on top of her. The cop said the baby seat was put on top of her to try to conceal her body. It came from the cops. It didn't come from family. It didn't come from media. It came straight out of the arresting officer's mouth that they were dead at the time of that video.
Okay.
No, I agree. But I agree with, I think they did say that, Robbie, too. So.
Yeah, they just, and that's, I ain't disputing anything really. It's just kind of, it makes me question the images opposed to what they're saying, I guess.
Yeah, no, I get it. It was, I mean, it was a good observation. I mean, you do see the seat headrest and stuff. I get where you're coming from, but I have to. Okay, so that I realize why everybody's like, oh, you could see their bodies. That's that one that I showed that there's a reflection on that, guys. I was sent that shot. So somebody sent me an email. There's a reflection on that picture. That's not. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's from something else. It's not actually from the photo. I'm talking about where the people were saying you could see them in that picture. Let me find the whole picture that wasn't cropped. I actually went over it on a live before, and I was trying to show you guys, but you guys could chat while I'm looking for it. Melissa, what do you have? What's your thoughts?
I believe that it started off probably with Matthew Guerra driving and her in the passenger seat. And I think he shot both of them from the back seat and then moved Guerra to the back seat, or shot him outside of the car and put him in the back seat. I fully believe she was killed where she sat, because nobody's pulling on a pregnant woman and repositioning her and putting her elsewhere. It just ain't happening. Yeah, and I don't remember where it was posted at, where I heard it at. I don't know if it was family, if it was media, but you shoot a pregnant woman, her body is going to, it's called a coffin birth. Look it up. She's going to have that baby. And that baby was found with her. Okay, so she was shot where she sat.
Yeah, I 100% believe that.
And I think he got out of the vehicle and was shot. But saying it's self-defense, they were shot on the right side behind their ear. You cannot, if you own a gun, hell, use your hand at that point. If you are struggling over a gun, you're not going to get it behind your ear at the angle that it was. Any which way you do it, plain and simple, you're just not.
The science
is
is not there.
Self-defense.
Can I clear this up real quick? So this is the picture that was sent to me that was cropped. This is not them. This is a reflection on this picture, you guys. That if I could show you where that came from, and that's not in there. So this white that you're seeing, you could see.
That's that belly thing that she wore.
No.
That's the flower belly thing she wore.
Yeah, I was going to say that looks like a bouquet of flowers.
Yeah, it's the reflection. But this is somebody sent me this picture and said, here, look, you can see the bodies, because they think this is Matt and then this is her. But this is a reflection, guys. This is where this came from. That's not them. I'm sorry. You could see it.
Yeah, it's just the opacity on the
you've got
overlaid
the pictures and the video. And in fact, I can almost point it out in this one. The person here in the blue shirt with the white markings is bent over checking on her. There is a little blur spot, and you can't
looks
hardly
like a hoodie.
see it at all, but there is a little blur spot, and I got a feeling that is them. She was shot where she sat. I
believe that so strongly that's like I feel like I bet on that. I bet on that. Yeah. So whoever emailed me, you see what I'm talking about, though, that's a reflection, right? Because that was the one that I guess somebody showed it in a live and they're like, that's them last night, they said, but I don't know who's live, but yeah. Okay. So,
Mara, you're right. The baby's not going to pop out immediately upon being shot. However, if you are shot, you will expel the baby. It's called a coffin birth. I'm not saying it. Oh, she was shot and instantly had the baby. Your body
when
will
you
release.
Die, your body relaxes.
What keeps that baby
muscle.
in? Any pregnant woman should know is your cervix is tight. Okay, that is a muscle. You die, that muscle is not staying tight. Your body isn't keeping those muscles tight. It's the same reason. There was a man. I can share this story without breaking HIPAA. I went to a bar one night. My dad was playing in the band, and I went outside and I heard a bunch of fighting, bunch of wrestling, ended up hearing a gunshot, and I'm at that point a medic. I have to respond because it's law in the state that I live in. If you see a crime or come upon an accident as a licensed first responder, you have to deal with it. The man died in my arms. I knew the moment he died because he lost his bowel function and he lost function of his bladder. I had to change out of my clothes and throw those away. It's the same concept as losing your bowels and losing your bladder. It's called a coffin birth. And it's not common, but it is possible. It's not an automatic, but it is very possible. And therefore, that's why they were calling it a complex scene.
But he did well, he did see, he said something on the press conference. Why did you call, they asked him, why'd you call it a perplexing complex scene? But he said it's because the whole unaliving murder, he wasn't sure, they were trying to figure it out, the details. He did say that, though. He didn't say anything about it being because of that, but it's probably everything. I guess we'll find out when it happens. It's probably a mixture of everything that's making it that way. But to do with what we were talking about. I'm confused. Why were we debating that? I missed that whole. I missed the memo.
Because I believe she was shot right where she sat.
But regardless,
that's why
she could be shot and not have
had
had that either way.
One of the reasons I think she was shot where she was sat. She wasn't moved.
Plus, I mean, I think the biggest reason is they said no drag marks. It would be hard to move a pregnant woman. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is how do we know there was a I don't understand the whole coffin birth thing though. How does that?
So when you die, your
right after
Jay, I get that, but I'm saying, how does that? Did somebody say there was one though? Yeah, I don't understand how that's relevant.
Right after they found the bodies.
Okay.
Zav, right after they found the bodies, I don't remember if it was a YouTuber or if it was in a press thing, but it was stated that the baby was at her feet.
Oh, whoa.
Therefore, that would be a coffin birth. But I cannot find that report now. I did try to go back and find it.
Wow, no, I didn't even see that. Dang it.
So wouldn't that mean the baby died after it was theoretically birthed?
Potentially.
Where did that come from though? I'm not trusting people. I mean, there's so many false stuff going around just because somebody said it. I don't know. They also said there was no phone, and they also said that they were tortured and tied up and so many different things. So
yeah, like I said, there's a lot we don't know.
The family stories aren't matching with the cops.
They're not.
And you would think that the family would match with what the cops are saying, but they're not.
I think they're just trying to figure out stuff like we are. And the cops aren't the cops are telling us that everything they're telling them. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they're telling them first, but then we hear right after. Yeah. And I just think they're trying to figure it out like us. They're going by rumors, people talking, and they're trying to like piece it together, and it's not facts. It's just what they think. And it's fine. They want to figure it out. What's that?
With all due respect to the families, I think the families are trying to paint this picture of them that they were maybe nicer people than the lifestyle they lived, I guess, is the way I'm trying to word it.
Well, that's their loved ones. I mean, so of course to them, it is. You know what I'm saying? It's always, I feel like the cases are always like that. The family wants to remember how they know them. And so, yeah, I mean, that's pretty typical. In my opinion.
I don't want to say anything bad about the family, but Robbie, I'm right there with you, because if you notice, and this isn't the family doing it, almost all the news reports, almost all of the Mama, I said, I don't remember where that was said.
Megan, I have no idea. Or Melissa.
But almost all the news reports and all the articles, it starts out with pregnant woman, pregnant teenager, because that's what gets the views.
Yeah.
You know, sorry, but mainstream media is kind of screw the truth anymore. Let's just get the clicks and get the views. And that's how I see it. That I don't see them saying, let's get the truth out there. Let's make sure that the stories all match and get the truth out there. It's how can we sensationalize 2 people's deaths, 3 counting the baby, for us,
I'm
for
with
our
Melissa
game.
on this one.
Not like you have, but like, Ken's 5, all of them, they're all pregnant teenager, pregnant this, pregnant that. Yes, she was pregnant, but it's in almost every headline. We all know she was pregnant. Let's get on with the truth of it.
Like, reality is, how many people are going to sit there and watch videos of, 2 known drug dealers got shot and killed?
Yeah,
at the end of the day, how many people are going to sit there and want to watch that? So I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly. They're trying, the narrative of a pregnant woman getting shot is it's more clickbait than 2 drug dealers getting shot.
And it's
in
sad, my opinion, completely unacceptable, but it's the reality of the news networks. Even in Canada, happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like one of my buddies in high school got in a car crash, and the first name on it was his girlfriend because she was in the car.
But they're not putting out the truth, which just makes, you were reading that article about how internet sleuths, go down all these, and get it false and try to fill in the holes. Well, they try to fill in the holes because you don't fill it in with the truth from the jump.
Yeah, it's,
instead of trying to get clickbait, just simply state these guys were last seen on blah, blah, blah. Yes, she's pregnant, but we don't have to have that in every article.
I don't think it's that they're not sharing the full truth. I think they're taking the more positive, sympathetic points of it and pushing those, and all the negative, they're just kind of leaving in the fine print, so to speak.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think they're just taking the easiest route for what gets information out there, and whatever their motive is, it could be making more money. It could actually be getting the truth out there, or getting the attention out there. But I don't think the motive for posting or airing pregnant teen killed is to just get the truth out there. I think if it's very obvious to me that that's attention grabbing, like it's grabbing your attention. You look at any advertising agency, they're going to sensationalize any product as much as they can because that's how humans react and want to buy products, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're like us, they are only getting limited information, so we all are getting the same. All of us, we're considered media. We're all like, you know what I'm saying? We're only getting certain information, so they have the same information as us. They have more sources, so sometimes they're able to get the interviews with the families and stuff, and the families were only getting limited information, and they were giving out not the right information, and then they were publishing it. I don't think they were purposely putting out false information. They were putting out the information that they were getting, what they were able to get. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of being kind of in the same boat. I know I'm not mainstream media, but I get it. Like, you're trying to get as much information as you can because you want the truth. You know what I'm saying? So they might really want the truth, but law enforcement only gives you so much at the beginning, and so they were trying. I don't really feel like that.
I can take both sides on it.
Yeah.
Right. I can understand both sides. Right. You want to.
I can understand what you're saying there, Zav.
Yeah.
I can understand. What I'm saying is, I guess, if the family is saying one thing and the cops are saying something else, maybe the cops should have come out and said, hey, there's, this is false. they were last seen on this date. This is the real timeline. You know,
But then you get
not
people on
hurting their
the internet saying, no, these
investigation,
cops are lying.
just them clarifying the truth, I guess, is what I'm saying.
It's the name of the
Instead of
game. I mean, I'm
everybody
used
having
to it. It's
different
just the
timelines.
way it is. It's the way it is. It's
Yeah.
frustrating, but I mean, doing this
Yeah.
4 years, it's just the way it's been. It's the way it is. Some counties, they get release information more, some don't, some do it sooner, some have to wait. It's all different, but it's all kind of the same.
Kind
It's
of
like,
the same, yeah. No. I get what Melissa's saying, but you also get people just going, like me, who have a general distrust for the law enforcement, but go even further and say, no, all cops are liars, all cops are BASTARDs, and should be disenfranchised, right?
They call them pigs.
Long Beach, what do you mean? Why are you saying bye-bye WTF? I was just typing, but what do you mean? What's going on? Is everything okay?
I think there's some people who don't like my takes.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't.
That's okay. I don't care.
No, I don't think it's you or anybody particular. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they say. But it's just, yeah, I mean, and then think about it this way, though. You got to remember this. Let's say you want a case to be out there. You want it to be known. You want people to talk about it because you want answers. You want help. What are you going to do to get people watching it? You need to get sometimes those headlines because you want people interested so they help you. So sometimes you want to get good headlines to get people watching. It's just the way it is.
I believe there's decent news networks out there still, or people within the news networks that are decent and want that. It's just, I don't think that's the majority of news stations anymore, right?
Yeah, I mean, and Kiwi, no, we're very clear. We're giving our opinions. We're not saying these are facts.
No,
facts are facts. We were discussing our theories. It's not called misinformation. It's called our theories. If you're taking them as facts, then that's your issue. It's obvious we're discussing theories and opinions. So I don't know what you're watching, but you're just trying to cause trouble. This one's a troublemaker. Because she's the one that talked about the autopsy stuff too. So just keep an eye on her. But I think she is just purposely trying to get
this
get
lie
us
was
upset.
full of misinformation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's called
You
theories.
seem like the person who believes everything you see on the internet.
Yeah. So what these panels are about, to just share what we think. Like, hey guys, what do you think happened? None of us know. We're just trying to brainstorm. Dang it. People always got to have a little attitude, but I think that was I think she purposely came in to do that, so it's okay.
Yeah, probably.
So, all right, well, I'm going to end it, guys. I am tired. I got my Zeekster right there. But Jay, thank you. So you started your podcast. Is it on podcast or just YouTube?
Well, it's going to be on Spotify. I'm going to try to get on as many platforms as possible so I can get the name out. But I've got a video coming out. It's on that Greeno video about the former FBI agent, Catherine Schweit, I think it was. And I've got a couple points on there about what she says in relation to social media and true crime YouTubers. So,
very cool. Yeah. So everybody go check out Jay and his new channel, Intertwined.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up. It was a nice chatting with you. Definitely.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Guys.
And
have a good night.
Yeah, you too, Jay. And Melissa, you hopped off, but thank you for coming out, Melissa. Hopefully I didn't make you mad. That's what it's all about. Like we could disagree, like
we could agree to disagree all the time.
Yeah, because some people can't. Some people like, if you don't, but I like discussing. I like having the different opinions. So if I come across like I'm getting mad, I'm not. I'm just like, I get passionate, and it's just, I like having the different opinions because I do learn the most through that. But yeah, I see those of you that weren't here at the beginning. Yeah, this is Zeke, not a green screen. He's that black little guy right there.
Yeah, my dog is that color too.
Black. Black makes it so hard to take pictures. They don't come up, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't see a lot of the, I mean, he still
She's
looks cute, but
black,
sometimes you have to really.
black and brown.
Okay.
Look, let me show you.
Okay.
Before I go. Alexa.
Oh, this tie-dyed Sulfur Music tie-dyed it. I meant to say that at the beginning, Soul. I don't know if you're still watching. Dude, she made me 2 tie-dyes. This is one of them. Oh, he does look kind of like Zeke. Okay. Freaking cute. Oh my god, I love dogs so much. I would go get him, but I don't want to wake him up. He's so comfortable. But oh, so cute. He's so cute.
She's about to be.
Oh, she's so
about to be
cute.
6 on Valentine's Day.
6? Wow. Yeah, he's 7, but oh. Wait, what does she have around her?
That is a neck collar because she keeps licking down there.
Okay.
And she keeps getting infections.
Okay. I see. That's cute. He's cute. Oh, thanks for sharing it. Yeah, serendipity. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. All thanks, I Am Bear. Isn't this tie-dye awesome? And it's so comfortable. It's like, I told her she should start freaking selling them. This is like one of my favorite tie-dyes she made. So, are you in chat?
Thank you, Tanya.
Thanks, Mama D. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna work on a couple pre-records, just like, I don't know. I'm trying to think what route I was gonna do, like just some clips and stuff.
On this case?
Yeah, like the stuff I was gonna show here. Well, I was gonna put it together a little bit different, but I never really got to fully show everything. But that's fine. You know, when there's a panel, we all get excited and want to just.
Hopefully there'll be an update on the Brian Kohlberger case soon.
Oh yeah, you guys. Is there another case that we could dig into a little bit?
There's one I'm probably gonna stream this week. The one that the lead that got arrested for killing the cop in the snow, and the cops they think it was like that it was conspiracy between cops.
Wait,
Karen,
Karen Reed, yeah. Is that what you said? Sorry, I was reading
I'm thinking starting my first stream on that case. Because when she went to court, there was a motion, and they actually there was a lot of supporters of hers saying free Karen Reed, free. And when she went to court, everybody was cheering her.
Everyone was cheering when she went to court, really?
Yeah.
So do you think she's innocent?
I'm not really sure.
Do you remember we talked about it on one of these lines?
You did talk about it, and a couple of people talk. I'm thinking of talking about it tomorrow myself. I think that he got beat up, and they threw him in the snow.
Okay, and then he just froze, and like died from the being out there,
like from frostbites and stuff like that.
Okay. Spanish Afro, where did you? All of a sudden you were gone. I was like, I didn't get to say bye to you. Thank you for coming up. Yeah, you're more than welcome to come up whenever. And Happy Melancholis for sure. You too. Who else? Yeah, but you too. I keep forgetting your name. I want to call you Brian or Boss Baby. What is it? Crime and Justice, hosted by Brian. Okay, so yeah, do it. You said you might do it on Karen. That's a one that people are requesting, so people are interested. I've got a couple emails like, hey, can we do the Karen Reed? So definitely one people are interested in. So it was interesting, that one live when we went over it. It's like very mysterious. It's like one of these where it's like trying to figure out what happened. Well, there's more of a mystery in this because we don't even know who, you know. But
I have a theory, but I'll talk about that tomorrow.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks for coming up. I am gonna end this, guys. Thank you guys, everybody. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the panel. I need to learn how to be better at like you know, like having the stuff I prepared and then getting people to talk about it. I always just feel so bad that like to do stuff because I'll be like, well, people want to talk and they don't want to like bother them, but I need to get better at that because I've seen other people do it where they'll have something prepared and then they have the panel and then they'll like show a video and then talk about it or show like an article and just I need to get better at that. I feel too bad like I'm like taking away time of the panel that wants to talk and I'm annoying people. I need to stop thinking that because it probably could be like a more maybe like more consistent, well, not consistent, but more I can't think of the word. Oh my god, it begins with a C and I can't think what is that word? A control class. Yeah, I know. I just need to get better because it will be better, but I always feel like I'm like disappointing like the piano, where I'll be like, let me play this and talk about it, but I feel like it makes it maybe a little bit more of a entertaining, but I thought it would come to me again, the word I'm thinking of. Why can't I think of the word? Really? See, here's the thing, there's some people that like the piano better and some people that don't. So that's why I try to do a mixture. Like I try to do some without a piano, I try to do some with a piano because there are people that love the piano and prefer it, and then there's people that don't like it. And then there's people that like lives and people like pre-record. So I try to like do a little bit of everything. I'm trying, I try to do some pre-records, I try to do lives without a piano, I try to do lives with the piano, so still, it means like something where there's like information within the live. Like there's actually like stuff that you learn. There is a specific word. It's like on the tip of my tongue and I cannot think of it. It keeps coming, but then I can't fully get it. But like where you're actually learning things too. You know what I'm saying? Like we're going through different things but oh well. No, I'm definitely going to do piano. I mean, but I'm not every time. I'll do, I'll have some that aren't just for people that do just, variety for a little bit. I just got an email and I'm not going to call out the person, but I just got an email of somebody that basically saying that, no, actually, this isn't. I shouldn't. Never mind. But it has to do with what we're talking about, the panel and not panel. But no, it was great. You guys, I forget what the first panel, we had the first round of people. You've been here the whole time, but who was it? Because I feel like they dropped off and I didn't get to say bye to them. Dark Horse, Brittany J, I didn't get to say bye to her. Yeah, Dark Horse and Brittany J, I think when I came back upstairs and got back on, they just dropped off real quick. And then who else? I don't remember. Oh, as he's been arrested. Okay, maybe. Oh, Shaza, maybe. So you don't think it has anything to do with the contact wound and like maybe the way that their bodies were? He was more identifiable, but yeah, it's probably more maybe something like that. I like the guess a word game. Oh yeah, Yanamata. That's on Oh, you mean right now? I thought you were talking about that word game that we play on Streamlabs. I don't know the word. I know it's like content, but there's like where it's like your video has like stuff in it. Thanks, Brooke. Thank you.
All right, take care till next time.
All right, Brian. Thanks, you too. I promise I am ending. Sometimes I feel like I should at least chat with the chat a little bit. Aw. Good, Sunflower. Thanks. See, I think it's easier to follow without a panel. I don't come to listen to anyone's opinion, but whose channel I'm on. That's what the comments are for. I can read it. Okay, how are you doing, Ashley? Don't worry, I'll do a mix. I'll make sure I do some panel and some regular. Like I'm doing. I actually am. I have been doing that. But can't put my face on YouTube. Aw. Yeah, I was thinking it is consistency, but then that means something else too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, wait a minute. That's not, I don't mean it like consistency, like consistent, but I mean like substance. Like there's some substance to it. Maybe that's the word I was thinking of, substance. Like, you know, the video has some substance, so it's not just all of us just like theories, but we're like watching some stuff, so it has a little bit of substance to it. I think that it might be the word I was thinking of. I don't know, guys. I'm tired. I gotta go cuddle with him. I hope you guys enjoyed listening. And I am gonna try to do some pre-records, like I said, and then. Oh, thanks, Serendipity. Prototype. May, what's up? Thanks for all the new members, you guys. I'm trying to think of some things I could do for members. I don't know. I want to do a couple giveaways. I've been talking about, I never did a Christmas giveaway that I have to do. Hey, Lisa Lee. Sunflower Girl, that's awesome. Educational. Hey, Austin. Hey, Constance. Oh, thanks, Constance. Yeah, there you go. I like that. The accessories. Persistent. No, I like panel too. But I've never been like a channel where that's all I've done. I've always mixed it up just because, like we were talking about, it drains me. Like it does. I love it, but by the end of a panel compared to just a regular live, I am like drained because I worry a lot more when I have a panel of making everybody happy. But it's just the way it is. You know, with the good, you have like, you'll have like, it's, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, no, it's all good. Oh, thanks, Anna. Thank you for joining. Me and Soul was gonna try to help me like think of things I could offer. You know, I tried to do some members only lives. It's been a couple years since I did that, but maybe I should do some like where it could be like more like a vlog or something and just like members only and we just hang out. I don't know if you guys would be interested in that, but I definitely do want to do some giveaways for it. Stella, I love that name, Stella Blue. Mariaki. Grumposaurus. So I was gonna do merch because I don't know if you guys were around when I was talking about me and my sister. My sister passed away like 8 years ago. No, yeah, 8. Has it been 8? Hold on, what's today? What's the year? 24? It's 2020, or it's gonna be 2020, or it already is 2024. Oh my god. Yeah, 8 years ago. So when I'm saying that, I feel like I'm saying that's not the right number. But anyway, so we used to say like Grumposaurus. Grumposaurus Rex or whatever. So we were gonna do merch that was like, what was it? Something Bella was helping me with out. Actually, her friend actually designed Grumposaurus one. I have to see if I have it. It wasn't totally done, but I call it Grumposaurus actually. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get my Zeekster. I'm in my pajamas now. My pajama pants. All right, hold on. I'm not sure. There's my bubby. There's my bubby. Oh, I love him so much. I love this guy so much. He just woke up. You okay, buddy? Love you. This is my Zikasaurus. Oh, he's a Shire boy. He got his little bow tie. He's like, what's going on over here? Love him. He's now in the background. I got my pajamas on, guys, but I'm sure a lot of you guys are in your pajamas too, right? Okay, Bubba, I'll be right there. I'll be right there, Bubba, okay? I'll be right there. Stay right there. I'll be right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. All right. I think he got down, huh? Is anybody else in their pajamas? I'm all like tie-dyed. Tie-dyed out. But they're just like plaid. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. Bye, everybody. I had fun. Today's Sunday, so I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off, at least from a live. And then I'll probably be editing, but all right, bye guys. Thanks for the members too. I got a lot of new members and a lot of gifted members. Thank you for that. Good night.